Hey, Diane, do you realize that we're streaming live on YouTube? You're muted if you're talking to me.
Hello.
Hi.
Is it just you and me?
Well, Diane's here right now, but there's Marcus.
If it's just us, I guess it's past. Let's go.
I was just saying that we're live on YouTube, so I'm gonna have to turn my light on so that people can see me. I'll shut my blind.
I'm trying to go live. It might be showing it, but we're not really live. So just hold on. Hey, Matt. The meeting's not there. It might be showing it, but we're not really live. Just hold on.
Your meeting manager?
Yeah.
Let's just shut that off.
Hit refresh.
Did this start?
Kathy, did you get those updates from the
I did see all of that stuff, and I just listened to your voicemail too.
Okay, yeah.
Just X out of that.
Trying to get some direction from them whether they want us to
refresh.
shut down temporarily.
The email from Doug, though?
There it is.
Pardon?
Did you see the email from Doug?
Okay. All
Okay, it's
right.
live now. I'll jump on and just make sure that everybody's in.
Okay. We are now live.
Streaming live.
We're live.
Oh, there's a.
Harry.
Hey, how is everybody today?
Good.
Good.
Good, thank you.
I'll tell you in a couple hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
I gotta go grab my other glasses.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Here we go. One, 2, 3, 4. I guess we can start, eh? Got everybody here?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Let's start then. I'll call this special open meeting of council, January 26, 2021. I'll call this meeting to order. Are there any late items to add to the agenda?
No, there are not, Your Worship.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda as circulated?
So moved.
Moved and
Second.
seconded. Call the question. Is anyone opposed to the motion? Motion is carried, and we'll move right into business. Item D1, impact of RCMP costs on the 2021 tax rates. I will pass it over to the Deputy Finance Officer who has prepared a report.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, the CFO will be presenting this report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I thought it was appropriate at this point in time to start the 2021 budget discussions with the town of Oliver as a preface it with some background information as to what where the town when we developed the strategy back in 2017, and actually it was late 2017 or into 2018 regarding the RCMP potential of the town of Oliver exceeding 5,000, the population of 5,000. At the last census, which was in 2016, I believe the town of Oliver ended about 50 individuals short of that 5,000 mark. And the significance of the 5,000 population is the fact that once a municipality exceeds 5,000 in population, then they must contribute 70% of policing costs to the provincial government. The impact of that at that point in time was brought forward to council, and it was indicated that the approximate costs, and we don't have a final figure as of yet, as a police contract. The only comparative we can use is to some of our comparable municipalities that have recently went through this, such as the District of Peachland, Town of Osoyoos. Actually, I believe out in Duncan, out on the island did as well. And it's going to be exceeding $1 million, which is, it's about just over $1 million, almost 1.1 million. Of which, of course, we have to generate those type of funds from our tax base, which is a significant challenge. Back in 2018, it was projected that our tax rate increase, or tax base, would have to increase approximately 50 to 55%. At that time, council was very prudent, and they took a very great strategy, actually. And they said, well, we know this is probably going to come in 2021 when the census occurs once again. It happens every 5 years. And therefore, when the town of Osoyoos town of Oliver, gets over 5,000, we're going to be prepared, and we're going to raise our tax base accordingly. And so for a council resolution was put in place where for 5 years, council was going to raise the taxes 9%, which would then increase our tax base up to the appropriate amount where we would be able to pay the RCMP potential policing costs in year 2022. So therefore, we've been working towards that. Staff have been working towards that for the last, since 2018, 2019. 2020, that was abandoned, that strategy, strictly because of COVID-19. Council brought the tax rate back down to 0 for 2019. So we are a year behind the initial strategy that was put in place back in 2018. The dollar tax base, and I checked with the budget for policing, our model is still sound. We still feel the contract is going to be just over $1 million. It's going to be right around 1.1 million. So our whole plan was well thought out, was definitely going to work towards that goal. As such, the 9% that was raised in 2018 and in 2019 was dedicated 100% for capital infrastructure works, as well as this particular budget. The same strategy has been put into this document to move forward for the 2021 fiscal year. In 2022, there's a lot going to happen in terms of timing, meaning that, yes, the census is going to occur in 2021. Usually the results of the census aren't actually, they trickle out, though I would expect them probably more in mid 2022 into late 2022, where the town of Oliver will know its actual population. And then, of course, there's negotiations has to transpire with the provincial government as to the policing contract. Nevertheless, we still know during that period of time, the town of Oliver is going to be responsible for paying for those policing costs. So right now, the budget, like I indicated, we have a 9% increase, and it was 100% dedicated for policing. In 2022, if we do that, as you could tell with my staff report, we're estimating just to be about 1.05 million. Our taxes levied between the 3 years is going to bring us approximately $426,000. The police tax that is currently levied through the provincial government, not through the town of Oliver, through the provincial government, has a separate line item on the tax notice, is about $300,000. So we are left with a shortfall of about $324,000, of which in 2022, that is going to equate approximately to a 16% tax increase. So I'm just bringing that forward to council's attention. So the budget isn't without its challenges. Like I said before, though, I do want to commend council, previous council and existing council, for continuing on the strategy, because the other strategy was to just all of a sudden in year 2022 increase taxes 55% or so, 55%, of which, of course, a lot of people would not be, the general public would be very upset with having such a high tax increase. So I just want to preface that our whole budget discussions moving forward. The budget itself, I feel, is a very good document that you'll see. Certainly, there's no excess to be trimmed, in my opinion. All staff have worked together to do this budget. We've tried to keep with our financial plan policy, and that was implemented by council with our base budget. We would, in terms of wages, contracts, our utilities, insurances. You'll see throughout the budget, it's very similar to the previous year. However, of course, in the capital is where the money is estimated to be spent, and so mainly because of our capital surplus from 2020, as well as the 9% accumulation that we've had. I've probably done enough talking now, so I just, like I said, that's my only intention of this memo, was to open budget discussions, just to sort of put everything in context with the where we're going to be at with the policing. And I will leave it at that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, CFO. Any questions for the CFO? Councillor Mattis?
Thank you, Your Worship. Knowing that we didn't do last year and we're basically moving the program out a year further than what was originally planned, and my understanding is that we would be able to gather up the last year's shortfall into an account from the COVID funding from the provincial government. I'm assuming that we are allowed to do that. That 9% that we didn't collect should be able to go into the account, which would offset a portion of the 300,000. And I just wanted to confirm, and my understanding, that in the first year that the costs are not 100% of the $1 million. And just to get the CFO's opinion on whether he feels that between the COVID funds and not requiring the full 100% in the first year, whether that would carry us through the situation.
Thank you, Your Worship. The COVID funds, definitely, we utilized the 9%. We moved that into our police reserve. The issue, as you were quite right, Councillor Mattis, when we were discussing our utility rates, once we've lost that 9% in our tax base, it's gone. We can't get it back. So therefore, will we be able to, the timing of the contract with the police, I don't think, for example, in my opinion, and I have dealt with the policing contracts for a number of years, you won't be hit with the entire 1.1 million, shall we say, all in 2022. There will be a phased in amount. I don't know what that amount is. Maybe it's 500,000, maybe it's 750,000. So you will have a chance, in my opinion, where if you stuck with the 9% and the 9%, you will be able to build up to it. And perhaps you will be able to supplement it at some point in time in the future from some reserves that we do have built up to also help offset our policing costs as well. But in time, whether it be, in my opinion, it's just like any other service that we have, that policing contract should be funded from taxation, and it shouldn't come from various sources of revenue.
I appreciate that, and I expect that we'll run the program a year longer than normal. Would we also be able to gather up this year's loss? Because as you said, that's lost forever. So that 9% is kind of lost each year. Would we be able to gather up this year's loss as well out of the COVID funds?
The incremental part, I would agree. I think you could. It wouldn't be the whole, we've lost, like you said, that compounding impact effect of that. I would certainly consider that, yes.
But not the base amount as well. Because
Correct.
I guess we haven't lost the whole base amount, just a portion of it.
Right.
Thank you. Yep, that answers the question. Thank you.
Any other questions for the CFO? I guess I'll just make a comment. Thanks for putting that together, Doug. I think it's a good something. It's a sobering document to have a look at as we start to get into our budget discussions. And this really is the year, because next year we are going to have to start paying that amount, and whether we're funding it out of some reserve and an additional tax increase, what we do this year is and can have some impact on our ability to be able to handle those costs and offset those costs and reduce the tax increase for the citizens moving forward. I know for me, I'm really going to be looking at must-haves as opposed to nice-to-haves, and the RCMP costs are definitely in my mind as we go through this budget deliberation, and wanting to make sure that we keep the lid on things for the citizens of Oliver, who have been suffering now for a year with this pandemic, and it doesn't look like it's going to go away anytime soon. That being said, I will look for a motion to receive the impact of RCMP costs for 2021 tax rates report dated January 5th, 2021, received for information. Can I get a mover for that?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. Thank you. Any further discussion or questions? I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed to the motion? Motion is carried. Moving to item 2, 2021-2025 financial plan operating. I will pass this over to the Deputy Finance Officer.
Thank you, Your Worship. The proposed budget being presented to Council includes the third year of the 9% tax increase that is being allocated to capital works. During the 2020 budget deliberations, Council made the decision to eliminate the 9% tax increase for COVID-19 relief measures. The 9% tax increase equates to approximately $426,000 for use in 2021 capital works. The taxation component of the budget does not contain any increase for inflation. Included in the tax revenue requirement is the non-market change increase of $12,000 or 0.6% in 2021. When looking at future sustainability and long-term planning, Council is continually asked to strike a balance between service levels and taxation. It is staff's role to ensure that Council is presented with all operational and capital issues that will affect the town in the next 5 to 10 year window. Therefore, Council can plan a financial strategy moving forward. The draft general fund budget process has incorporated zero-based budgeting. Each item in the budget has been scrutinized by staff. At the conclusion of the budget deliberations for 2020, Council directed staff to prepare a financial plan process policy, which was approved on February 24th, 2020, and established a baseline budget. The baseline budget reflects the resources required to provide the same level of service in the current year before any new priorities or funding requests. Base budget expenditures are identified as core to the provisions of service to the town of Oliver. The following is an excerpt from the financial plan process policy. Expenditures listed below will be considered as base budget items and will not be reviewed by Council on an annual basis. Wages and benefits, insurance, utility budgets, gasoline and diesel, fleet maintenance, and contracts for service. Budgetary items listed as non-base budget items will be reviewed and will not include any adjustments for inflation. New priorities pertain to any material change in service level from the prior year and must be accompanied by a business plan documentation to substantiate the change. In 2018 and 2019, council adopted the 9% tax increases. These increases were applied towards capital projects. In effect, what has occurred in the operating budget of the town of Oliver is a 0% increase since 2017. The only taxation growth that has occurred is the non-market change. This growth has been further reduced by 50% as the non-market change increase has been transferred to the policing reserve. The impact of the 0% increase in operating expenditures has continually challenged staff to be creative and continue to be as effective, efficient, and economical as possible. In 2022, the funds will shift from being allocated to capital projects to the operating fund to offset potential policing costs. During the 2020 budget deliberations, council made the decision to eliminate the 9% tax increase for COVID-19 relief measures. The 2021 budgeted property tax revenues have been based on 2020 actuals and takes into account the 9% tax increase for expected RCMP costs when the town reaches a population of 5,000. This is anticipated to occur when the 2021 census data is updated. We'll now go through the 2021 operating budget department by department. I'll have to share my screen to see if I can do that. Can everybody see that? Should be on property taxes. So the way I plan on going through the budget this year is just go by department and then let council deliberate each department as we go through them. And I can take any questions. We'll start with property taxes. The current budget compiled is based on a 9% increase in the municipal tax revenues. This equates to $162,000. The 9% increase is being utilized to fund capital work projects, and in 2022, these monies will be reallocated to fund the proposed RCMP costs when the town exceeds the population of 5,000. The non-market change is 0.6% or $12,000 for 2021. Any questions on property taxes?
I don't see any hands up. Oh, hold on, Councillor Mattis.
Just a quick question. Our non-market change is quite small. When I look at our building permits last year, I'm quite surprised at how low the non-market change would be. Do you have any insight there?
Thank you, Councillor Mattis. I don't. I did look at the non-market change report. It almost looks to me like there was some reallocations between different classes, and that's what makes up a majority of the non-market change. As Tracy Wall presented yesterday to council, building permits and building activity has decreased, likely due to COVID and the economic situation we're in. So that probably also has something to do with it.
Follow up, Councillor Mattis, or?
No, I'm good. That when we had $8 million in building permits last year, I'm surprised that our non-market change is so small.
Just as one comment on that, does that run, what is that, like the whole of 2020 and then the whole of 2021, or is it like June to June or something? And if it is split, I'm wondering if a lot of it occurred later in the year, like when the market assessments are done.
Through the chair, I can help out here. The non-market change is as of July 1. Okay. Also, though, when there's new building permits taken out, they're really hesitant to put that in, and even as July 1. So you will see a lot of the building activity that you're referring to in the town will start to be reflected more in 2021 assessment roll, or 2022, I should say, in their non-market change. Also, residential doesn't do you a whole lot of shifting in non-market change. It's the commercial that really makes the big difference in non-market change. Unless it's a big residential development.
Thank you, CFO. I don't see any other questions, Deputy, so I would move on.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. We'll move on to other sources of revenue. Here, I'll zoom this in a little bit so people can get a better look at it. There we go. Overall, the budget for the other sources of revenue for the town has increased $15,000, which is attributed to the following factors. Number one, there was an increase of $10,000 to the Small Communities Fund to match the 2020 actual amounts received. Number two, interest on unpaid accounts and tax surge revenues increased by $2,500 in accordance with 2020 actual amounts received. And I can take any questions if there are any.
Any questions for the Deputy Finance Officer? I think we're good.
Okay, moving on. We'll move on to expenditures, starting with administration. The net administration budget has increased by $3,000 excluding amortization. So it really hasn't changed much from 2020. There's been no change levels in levels of service. There's a $6,000 transfer to the policing reserve per council policy of 50% non-market change to reserve. And I can take any questions.
Any questions? I think we're good.
All right, moving on to airport. The airport committee reviewed the 2021 to 2025 operating and capital work plan. The operating budget deficit has increased $16,000, largely due to the Northern Lights helicopter, aka Aurora, lease being abandoned in 2020, reducing the lease revenues by $14,000. Maintenance materials and labor are also increasing by $2,600 due to rising costs. In 2021, the following items will be undertaken. Runway lights for $1,000, repair flagpole for $1,500, line painting $6,000, grass runway work $1,500, contingency $5,000 for unforeseen repairs. At the airport committee meeting on November 23rd, 2020, council endorsed a resolution to direct staff to review the airport fees contained in the fees and charges bylaw 1383. Staff reviewed the fees with the airport manager and compared them to 3 comparable airports in British Columbia: Pitt Meadows, Chilliwack, and Vernon. The current tie-down fees at the Oliver Airport are comparable, and a change in amounts is not being recommended. The airport manager is proposing a $25 per day additional fee for helicopters when they are utilizing the airport space for longer than 1 week. An amendment will be forthcoming later in the year to include this fee in the fees and charges bylaw. And with that, I can take any questions on the 2021 airport budget.
Any questions on the airport? I think we're good.
Okay. Moving on to business and promotion. There are 3 major items in this budget that council will need to discuss. We'll start with the facade program. We've budgeted $20,000. This is for 10 recipients at $2,000 each. At the August 24th, 2020 Committee of the Whole meeting, council requested design guidelines be included in the proposed facade improvement program prior to implementation. The design guidelines are included in the 2021 budget for $25,000 and can be found under the Development Services Planning Projects section, which we will get to. The second item that needs to be discussed that is included in this budget is the Grow Oliver amount for $14,000. This program has been identified as one of the key strategic action items for the town's economic development strategy. In 2020, the Grow Oliver coordinator worked 24 hours per month at $25 per hour from September to December, costing the town $2,200 in 2020. Program change request form is attached, and you can find that on page 32 of this report. And number 3, there's the contingency, same as last year, of $5,000 to be used by council for community promotions as approved by council. And with that, I'll put it over to council. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions on business and promotion? Councillor Mattis.
Thank you, Your Worship. The economic development contingency, 39,000. What is in there?
That includes the council contingency of $5,000, the $20,000 facade improvements program, and $14,000 for Oliver Grow. $12,000 is wages for Oliver Grow, and $2,000 is materials and supplies.
Okay, so if I read this correctly, last year we did 6 hours per week for 6 months, and it cost us $2,200.
From September to December.
September, October, November, December. Okay, 4 months. So full year at that rate would be $6,600 approximately.
Yeah, approximately. That's what I have down. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure that at this point, I think we got good bang for our buck last year. I believe that we should continue with that program at the same level that we have. I'd like to see some full year results as opposed to 4 month or 3 month results before we bump up the budget by 2 or 3 fold. Last night's presentation at our council meeting pointed out that they are duplicating some of the work of the Tourism Association is what they intend to do. And I never got a clear understanding and still don't have a clear understanding of what does the Chamber of Commerce actually do. I know they're happy to take our money, but are they offloading some of their programs onto the Grow Oliver and having us pay for them as opposed to, should they be responsible for them? I'd like a better understanding there. So for myself, I would be happy to support a full year budget at the same rate as this year, which would be in the 6,600, and let's say a little extra for the material supplies and whatever, which would put us in the $7,000 range as opposed to the what they're the 12,000 that they're asking for. Because again, we don't have a clear picture of the projects that they're working on. I'm looking for feedback from the rest of council, I guess. I'm not putting anything on the floor at this time, but I'd like to hear what the rest of council thinks.
Thank you, Councillor Mattis. Is that the only one you wanted to comment on at this point, Councillor Mattis?
Yeah, because the facade program comes up in a different part of the budget. So in terms of the funding for that, but the 20,000, I'm fine with that at this point. I'm not sure how much of that will be taken up. I think it'll be more a case that it'll go into next year's rollover as opposed to, into our reserves as opposed to being drawn up by businesses in town. But I'm quite willing to put it in the budget.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schwarzenberg.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm happy with the 20,000 as well in the facade improvement program. Grow Oliver, I think they did demonstrate that they have done some good work with the time they have, and they were talking about expanding that and doing things that they didn't get a chance to do this time around with walking, business walks and other items. I think they have to meet with Oliver Tourism to make sure they're not overlapping in any way. But I think they've done some good work thus far, and I'd like to see them continue. I believe we could fund, half of this out of the I don't know what to call it, the COVID fund or whatever. So I'm happy to go ahead as it's presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schwarzenberger. Actually, I think the document shows all of it being funded out of the COVID restart money. But I'll let the Deputy Finance Officer comment on that. But first I'll go to the CAO who has her hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to let council know that I did forward some information from the chamber to you via email earlier today, just before the meeting, so that they did provide you with some information as to what they have on their books to do, and then what they're talking about providing for the funds that are being requested for our Grow Oliver. And I just want to remind council that $40,000, or was it $80,000, was put into this plan for revitalizing our community. And it's something that has been front and center for this council through their strategic plan. So working with the chamber does provide us some great assistance that we don't have within our organization.
Thank you, CAO. Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I was going to point out as well that we received a letter, so perhaps if we need time to look at that and then debate the change request tomorrow, because it's 3 pages and quite thorough in what they've done. That being said, I am happy with the ask, and I think that we don't want to skimp out on the implementation of the plan. So I would be okay with approving the change request. Thank you.
Councillor Ventimiglia.
Thank you, Your Worship. Looks like I'll be tagging on to the last 2 comments. I, as well, am in favor of the change request. And I think just further to the CAO's comments, I just wanted to point out that this is our plan that we worked on and we created, because economic development and revitalization and business growth in our community is important to us. And we happened to have the good fortune of hiring the chamber, who, is a business development organization as well. But it's our plan. So when we're asking, what is the chamber, what are they doing? What are they putting in? It's our plan. We're setting out the parameters, and we're then getting the information as results. So I like what we heard yesterday. I haven't had a chance to read that letter yet, and I'd be happy to do that if we put this decision off until tomorrow. But I think that we don't, it doesn't serve anyone well, or doesn't serve our plan well by holding back and cutting off and being stingy. We kind of just need to go for it. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ventimiglia. My comments would be, I guess I'm in favor of the Grow Oliver for the 14K, mostly because it is funded from the COVID restart money. I just want to make sure that it's a one-time request, and we're not funding this as it appears to be for 5 years ongoing, that we will get a chance to review this next year, whether we want to continue at the same level or not. Those kind of things, just wanting to make sure it's a one-time request. So that's a question to the Deputy Finance Officer. And I do have some comments on the facade program. I'm not thinking we should be including the 20K in there, because that was not approved. It was contingent on the design guidelines coming forward before we approved it. So by budgeting the 20K without those design guidelines, I think we're sort of jumping the gun here. And when we get to the design guidelines, I guess I'll talk about it now, but I am concerned that this facade program is now turning into a $45,000 program because we're going to spend $25,000 developing design guidelines. And I'm still really struggling to see a tangible benefit to the business beyond aesthetic improvement to a few that are going to partake in the program. You know, is this going to improve their bottom line and strengthen the business community? I'm not sure, and that's why I'm struggling. I really need some maybe input from other council members to get me off the fence one way or the other. But I don't see how we can include this or budget for this when we haven't actually approved it. And that would be my comments on the facade program and the Grow Oliver program. Councillor Mattis?
Thank you, Your Worship. Obviously, the Grow Oliver program will carry on. I don't know that there's any point reviewing it again tomorrow based on what I've heard. I would certainly echo your comments on the facade program. The more I think about the design standards and all of that, what we'll end up with for $25,000 is a booklet laying out design standards, just as we have with many, many other studies. In terms of landlords or business owners downtown actually implementing those, I can't see it happening. They're struggling as it is right now. They don't have any extra money. And then for us to be putting an extra burden to say it must be built to a particular standard just isn't going to work for the owners of the buildings down there. When it comes to new construction following design standards, absolutely that would be beneficial. But again, we don't have any new construction going on down there other than potentially the Dairy Queen, which will be a corporate standard anyways and won't meet our design standards. So we'll be spending a ton of money for something that isn't going to match necessarily what we want. When it comes to design standards, I had a quick conversation with someone today, is it probably works very well if you have everybody buying in and having the money to spend to do it. Or if you have an area that's growing very, very rapidly and you have an opportunity to implement this on a wide scale basis. We don't have that. We're a well-established town that is growing very, very slowly. And for us to put these design standards in place and expect that people will suddenly jump on the bandwagon and do it isn't going to happen. So I would have to agree that the money is not going to be well spent and we'll get very little bang for a buck. When you look at standardizing the town, it's been tried before. We were going to go Western theme here at one time. That's why you see some remnants of that. Osoyoos was going to go Spanish at one time. You see remnants of that down there. Yeah, things get hot and cold over the years, and I'm not sure that 25 grand is well spent.
Thank you, Councillor Mattis. Councillor Grice.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would tend to agree with Councillor Mattis. I mean, the facade improvement program itself, I think, had value, but I don't know if we need to be spending $25,000 on picking out paint colors for downtown. I mean, I think that there's things to me that I think are important, like keeping that heritage look and feel and not, sticking a box in the middle of the other buildings that we have downtown, for example. But, my understanding when we wanted to revisit that was that we as a council were going to revisit that and not necessarily hire a consultant to develop that for us. So I would rather go that route personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grice. Councillor Ventimiglia.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to mention this before in my earlier comments and forgot, but I totally agree. I think that I love the idea of the facade program, and I think it has a ton of value in the longer run, but I don't think that we're at the stage right now where we have all of our ducks in a row and are ready to implement it. And so I don't personally see that it needs to be in this year's budget. But I do think that design standards are important for, obviously for new builds, but as well for renovations. And because we have so many, sorry, I don't know who's shuffling papers, but I'm finding it hard to think. But because we have so many empty spaces and so many holes, the time will come when they start to get filled in, and we need to be prepared for that. So I agree with Councillor Grice that I thought this was, in my mind, I had it more as sort of a council conversation, maybe the Downtown Revitalization Committee conversation. but more keeping with themes as opposed to getting to the nitty gritty of picking paint colors. And again, that's something that would be worked out. But I think that it is an important project that we should continue to work on in the coming year to get ourselves to the place where we can implement a program such as the facade program. I just don't think we're there yet, and that we'll get there in time this year to make it worth the $20,000 basically.
Thank you, Councillor Ventimiglia. I'm Councillor Schwarzenberger. I'm just going to go to the CAO first.
Sure.
CAO.
Chair, Council, the designs that we brought forward to you at the prior meeting, the committee had reviewed all of that, and we had actually taken that information out of the Wine Village design stuff that we had, and we took it forward to that committee at that point in time. And there was actually more that they wanted put into the design stuff, but we sort of pared it back. So that committee has reviewed it, and that's what was brought forward when we did bring it forward to council prior at that last meeting.
Councillor Schwarzenberger.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I was just going to mention, as the CAO said, that the design standards that the Director of Development Services brought forward a meeting or two ago for downtown revitalization, I think those could be worked into a facade improvement guidelines as well. But I agree with my my associates that perhaps this is not the time to offer $21,000 for a facade improvement. So I will make the motion that that item be removed from the 2021 budget.
I'll second that.
Okay, any more questions, discussion on the motion to remove the facade program from the 2021 budget? Councillor Ventimiglia.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to make sure that this doesn't get lost. So removing it from the 2021 budget, which I support, does that automatically get pushed into 2022? Is there a way that we can make that it automatically gets pushed into 2022, or do we have to sort of bring it back fresh next year?
Let me ask the CAO.
Okay.
Mute, Kathy.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you, Your Worship. This is in your strategic plan still, so it can be identified in the strategic plan as being put on hold for 2021. And it's, although it's not going to show in the budget there, it's going to be in your strategic plan and be brought forward.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mattis.
I would also suggest that as any results from our council discussion regarding design standards will drive a resolution to bring it forward into next year's budget based on those discussions.
Okay. Well, I don't see any more comments, so let's call the question on the motion that's on the table to remove the facade program from the 2021 budget. Is anyone opposed to the motion? Motion is carried. Now we did have some discussion on the development services planning or sort of the design guidelines, which are included in the development services planning project. So do we want to just defer our discussion when that item comes up?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that then. Okay, Deputy, we can move on, I think.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Was there any decision on Grow Oliver? Or would you like to discuss that tomorrow?
No, it's fine the way it is.
No, it's done.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll move on to bylaw and other protection. The net bylaw and other protection budget for 2021 has increased $21,000. The labor budget has increased due to the full year being budgeted in the 2021 versus the partial year in 2020 due to the timing of the recruitment of the bylaw officer. The legal fees budget of $2,000 has been identified to accommodate legal issues that may arise. And with that, I can take any questions on the 2021 bylaw budget.
Thank you. CAO?
I'm just wondering, a question through the chair to our CFO. Do we require a motion to increase the budget for Drew Oliver as it was a change, or is it already in?
No, it's all through the chair. No, it's already in our budget. So no, we don't.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions on bylaw or other protection?
That the labor budget there, that's one full-time and then a part-time. Like, what are we buying there for the labor?
That, thank you, Councillor Mattis. That is one full-time and one part-time, summer, seasonal.
Perfect.
I don't see any other questions. I think we can move on to cemetery.
Moving on, cemetery. There has been no change in the level of service or fees recovered. The 2021 net cemetery budget has decreased $14,000. This is mostly due to maintenance items that were done in 2020 that no longer need to be done in 2021, and an increase in plot sales and an increase in columbarium sales. And I can take any questions on the cemetery budget.
Just yay.
Thanks, Councillor Schwarzenberger. I think we can move on to development services operations.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moving on, development services operations. The net budget has decreased $54,000. Building permits have increased $65,000 primarily due to the Airport Street Affordable Housing Project. Plumbing permits have increased $5,500, again because of the Airport Street Affordable Housing Project. And there's been no change in the level of service. And I can take any questions.
I don't see any questions. Should be able to move on.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moving on to development services planning projects. Effective January 2021, the Food Action Coordinator resigned from her position. In 2020, Council supported funding the Food Action Program with $15,000. Council may wish to consider pausing the Food Secure Program for 2021 as COVID-19 has created challenges for the coordinator to proceed with objectives. The Harvest Hut program will continue in 2021, which will be managed by volunteers. Council may wish to consider allocating $1,000 to $2,000 to support this very successful initiative. As presented, the 2021 budget does not contain any budgeted amounts for these two programs. Council has identified the following projects as part of the strategic plan. Number one, the pool feasibility study. The net effect of the pool feasibility study for the 2021 budget is nil. The town's contribution of $30,000 was previously allotted in 2018 and has been carried forward to 2021. The net effect of the 2021, again, is nil. The town of Osoyoos and the Osoyoos Indian Band are contributing $40,000 and $5,000 respectively. Number two, the walkability enhancement, part of the town's strategic plan, $15,000. A program change request form is attached. You can find this on page 37 of this report. Number three, the downtown design guidelines. This was previously discussed with the facade program, $25,000. A program change request form is attached, page 38. And number 4, the 2021 Citizen Survey for $15,000. And with that, I'll pass it over to council. Thank you.
Councillor Mattis?
Thank you, Your Worship. My question regards the walkability. We're studying, creating a study of some sort regarding and consulting with the neighbors. My thoughts, and I guess the question is there anything in there for actually determining where our property lines on that project are? That was when it was brought up as an idea, that was my main concern. I'm not sure whether we need to ask the neighbors whether we can build a pathway on our property. But nonetheless, I'm not sure we need a $15,000 consultant to do that. But the question is there anything in there for actually surveying the property line to determine where encroachments may have occurred and how much room we have to build a pathway along there?
I can answer that to a point, Randy. Through the chair, Councillor Mattis, the $15,000 was to get us down that, down that path of, and looking at other areas. It's not just the canal, I guess. I thought that we would be looking at some other infill areas. The canal was one portion. I didn't budget for surveying. We can survey ourselves to a point. My Eng Tech can survey and find basically the property line, not to the same accuracy, but pretty close. So we could do that internally.
Okay, that sounds reasonable to me. Can you give us any indication what other areas you were looking at? I mean, you've only mentioned this one.
Well, if you're going to do a pathway, are there other areas that need to be completed, other trail networks where there's maybe a gap in sidewalks or between trails and other sidewalks? So, just looking at some of those as well, but the majority of it would be looking at the canal. I believe that when council discussed this, we were looking at basically from Similkameen to Road 2 was the main section of canal that you wanted to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I just wanted to discuss the food action coordinator. I'm sorry to hear that she's resigned. I am glad to see the Harvest Hut program is going to continue. I'm wondering who is going to be coordinating the volunteers, just to ensure that that's actually happening. And curious if the edible pathway is going to happen this year as well, and would definitely be in favor of allocating some funds to make sure that those don't fall to the wayside.
I can answer that through the chair. The Harvest Hut program will continue to be managed by the former Food Secure Coordinator, Caitlin Bennett, and she does have a pool of volunteers that are able to assist her with that project, which has been very good. The Edible Pathway project, there has been, due to COVID last year, it was difficult to utilize that pathway. We found that many people were not even accessing it, and so the thought is for this year for that edible pathway to be paused as well.
Thank you. So just to follow up then, will Caitlin be doing that on a volunteer basis, or in what capacity will she be coordinating the volunteers?
It'll be a volunteer basis, but they may have a need for some minimal resources just to support that program, the Harvest Hut program. So that was the recommendation for council to consider, possibly $1,000 to $2,000 to support that initiative.
Okay, well, as mentioned, I'd be in favor of allocating you know, whatever we think we would need, $1,000 or $2,000 just to ensure that that project continues this year. I think it's definitely a benefit to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grace. Councillor Ventimiglia.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to talk about the food action coordinator as well. So I was disappointed to see that the coordinators resigned, but more disappointed to see that in addition to that, no money's been put in the budget this year. I think that the plan was not like the plan was not created for this one specific coordinator. We went to the trouble of, again, like we were talking about the Grow Oliver, same sort of idea, committees and time commitment and buy-in, and we have a vision and we create a plan. And then, you know, through the creation of that plan, we're able to hire a coordinator. So the coordinators resigned, but that doesn't mean that other coordinators don't exist, and doesn't mean that we don't still believe in the plan. I think that if we let it go this year, it's going to be incredibly difficult to get it back, because next year we're going to be talking about adding a new program back in, as opposed to continuing a program with a program that we have. And I think that there, you know, it's a plan that had a decent amount of buy-in from the community, was starting to gain some traction. Last year, at the time that COVID hit, I mean, we all know that last year was a super strange year, and this year's not necessarily getting any better right off the bat, but we're learning to deal with things in different ways, and we're learning to live differently than we were last March, April, May, June, right when the Edible Pathways was trying to get up and running, right when the Harvest Hut was trying to get up and running, when we were trying to figure out what to do with volunteers. We've all been in this for 9 or 10 months or whatever it is now, and we're familiar with it. So I would hate to see the Edible Pathways paused for this year. I don't see why that couldn't continue. And I'm glad to see that the Harvest Hut's going to continue, even, just ran by volunteers. That's great. But personally, I would like to see us continue to commit to this program and look for a new coordinator. We had an employee resign. We go out and hire a new one if this is something that's important to us. So that's my opinion on food action coordinator. And then I can give my opinion on the other points, or unless we just want to talk about the food action coordinator first.
I would talk about all your points if you want to at this point in time.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you. So pool feasibility, obviously that's great. Walkability enhancement. Yeah, I think that that's something we've been talking about for a while. The downtown design guidelines. I guess I would just be interested to know, now understanding further or being reminded earlier by the CAO that the design guidelines that came to us were taken from the original Wine Village theme, were vetted by the committee, and then were brought to us. I would just be interested to know what additional information or sort of additional packaging we're hoping to gain from $25,000. And then for the citizen survey, I don't feel particularly tied to doing that this year, unless there's a reason and we're trying to stay on track with, some sort of a plan.
Thank you, Councillor Ventimiglia. Councillor Schwarzenberger.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with Councillor Ventimiglia on the citizen survey. I think we should, again, I believe that's part of our strategic plan, but I think we should take it out of the budget for this year and maybe push it back, put it into 2022. I don't think, I wonder about that kind of an expense in a year when everything's so tight and people are concerned about other things. And I wanted to ask either the CFO or the CAO, with the design guidelines that were presented to us that have been vetted, what is this $25,000 for? Can it be removed as far as in this budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schwarzenberger. I'll go to the Director of Development Services.
Thank you, Your Worship. The idea behind the 25,000 would be to get a consultant, like an actual design professional or an architect, to come in and do a workshop with council, do some public consultation and facilitate the workshop, and then implement new development permit guidelines. So, you know, if there are new design standards or new design guidelines, building materials, and that type of thing, it should go through a proper OCP amendment. That's the best way to really make sure that people follow the guidelines, is through a proper OCP amendment with development permit guidelines in it. So that's what that money would be for, if that answers some of that.
I've got just the Town of Oliver host has a hand up. Who is that?
That would be myself, Mayor Johansson. I just wanted to expand on the food security coordinator. With the $15,000 that was added in the 2020 budget, it was to build capacity in the program and leverage external grant funding to build that financial stability. By the end of 2020 and the few available grants that were applied for, none were successful. We feel that maybe due to COVID-19, grant funding has been very restrictive, and external businesses and organizations are challenged in leveraging any opportunities to support the project financially. As well, the program or the plan was brought in place for the community to take hold of the plan and be the sort of the boots on the ground of that program, and likely due to COVID, that's been a real challenge as well. And the food security coordinator did have difficulty, supporting the Harvest Hut with and the edible pathway with volunteers as well. The business community did not participate in the watering and the care of the plants. A lot of that went to the public works crews to do, so it was a little bit of a challenge there as well. In the 2020 budget, you'll see that only $8,000 was expensed, and that was primarily for wages for the coordinator. In the last few months, she really wasn't able to put any hours in because there is just nothing out there to make those applications. So we're thinking that with 2022 could be better, and with the development of Station Street, there's some opportunities to build on the community garden and the Harvest Hut in that location. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mattis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just echo the corporate officer's comments, in that we have funded this for several years on the basis that it would be taken up by the community. Beyond the Harvest Hut, it has not been taken up by the community. Each year that we funded it, it was also on the basis that they would work especially hard to get grant funding. No one is given grant funding, which just says to me that there's nobody out there that thinks that this is an extremely worthwhile program to support. And I'm not sure that we should continue to throw money at it either. I certainly support staying with the Harvest Hut and funding that. And I guess in order to move each one of these along, then I would make the motion that we add $2,000 into the budget to support the Harvest Hut expenses.
If I may, Your Worship.
Yep.
I will second that. And I would also like to make another, well.
One motion at a time.
There's a motion on the floor. That's fine.
I'm just going to say some comments about these items as well. As far as the Harvest Hut goes, I do support that motion that we have on the table. The walkability enhancement, I'm in favor of that. And my question would be to the Deputy Finance Officer or the Chief Financial Officer is, I know there's some flexibility in the COVID restart money, and one of the biggest things that's gotten this community through this pandemic, or helping getting through this pandemic, because we're not through it yet, has definitely been the walkability of the hike and bike and the amount of people that are out in our community, it seems to me that there's got to be a way to fund this from the COVID restart money as planning for more walkability in our community, which will help, may not help with this pandemic, but may help with one in the future. And I know that, you know, we do have a lot of funding in that COVID restart, almost $1 million that we're going to be looking for ways to spend that. The downtown design guidelines for 25,000, I would like to remove that from the budget. I think we could do a workshop ourselves and maybe flesh out more exactly, or flesh out more that maybe what we have is adequate in terms of it not being tied to the facade program, but actually being a downtown design guideline, which is a little different than that. And I think until we really figure out what we're going to do there, I think we should leave that $25,000 out. And those would be my comments on the items. And I'll go to Councillor Ventimiglia.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to speak to the Food Action Coordinator again before we vote on that motion. I think that we keep talking about people are struggling, and this has been a different year and an exceptional year, you know, and doing all that we can to keep taxes low, obviously for obvious reasons. But I would point out as well that never before has food security been so important. I mean, this year has shown us that how easy it is for our supply chains to be interrupted, for prices to skyrocket. And we have a program at our fingertips that we've, you know, run for the past couple of years. Again, last year being a bit of a blip, but the Harvest Hut and the edible pathways, I think that those are both very important. I keep saying it over and over, but it's like, I just don't know how differently to say it. It was a strange year. The grants were not there. That's not to say that they're not going to be there in the next couple of years. I think that we canceled the committee that was working on this last year, and nothing else was restarted again in a strange year where it's hard for people to get together and hard to have these face-to-face meetings, and Zoom doesn't work as effectively for all sorts of scenarios and situations. But there are passionate people about this in our community. I think for business owners, we used to be downtown. You've got planters outside of your business. You've got to water the flowers or water the vegetables. You've got to water something. And so I personally think it's very important to not give up on this program that we're a couple of years into, but instead to give it a couple of years more to see where we can get it. Going back to pointing out how important food security is and how this year has shown us that over and over and over. And so I don't believe, I don't know, but I don't believe that $2,000 budget is enough to help with the Harvest Hut and with the edible pathways. I might be wrong there, but I would be against a motion that would not provide for both of those things at the bare minimum.
Thank you, Councillor Ventimiglia. Corporate Officer.
Councillor Grice was ahead of me. If she wishes to speak, I can comment after, or.
I just like to go to staff if they're going to provide some additional information.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to make one more comment about the Food Secure program with the Harvest Hut again, even though, you know, it is a very successful program and we do want to keep it running. The Harvest Hut coordinator, our Food Secure coordinator, found that the general public were not contributing to the Harvest Hut either in last summer. Primarily, I think because people were keeping their produce and canning and distributing it to their own network. The only reason we did have food each week was a local grower would bring his excess each week, and that was the only food that was delivered. So that was a bit of a challenge as well. So hopefully in this summer we'll see a change, and maybe through some more promotion we'll see more contribution to the Harvest Hut from the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grice.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it would be a really strange time to let this program go to the wayside. We did last year make a 2-year commitment, and I realize that we do revisit the budget every year. But and I think Caitlin is awesome. I think she works really hard for our community, but perhaps she wasn't the right person if that engagement wasn't happening with the community and those grants weren't coming in, as she wasn't able to fully utilize the time and the budget that was given to her. Then maybe, and she has stepped down now, then I think that adds the argument that we would look for a new coordinator rather than just dissolve the position and let this go. I mean, I was at some of those early planning meetings when this plan was being developed, and there were tons of people from the community in there. So perhaps those people need to be re-engaged and reminded of this work that's already been done so that we can get the ball rolling again.
Thank you, Councillor Grace. Is there any other comments, questions, discussion amongst council on the motion that's on the table? Councillor Ventimiglia?
Yes, thank you. Just a money question for clarification. As I stated at the beginning, I'm in favor of leaving the whole 15,000 in. Councillor Grice just pointed out that last year we made a 2-year commitment. We're now in year 2, and replacing the coordinator as opposed to just disbanding the project. But what I just asked before, for my own clarification, the 2,000 that is in a motion right now, is that sufficient to cover the edible pathways as well as a bit of a contingency for the harvest hut or not?
Corporate Officer, will you be able to answer that?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Edible Pathway project is primarily funded through the Public Works General Ledger, and I believe to switch over to flower plantings, it's actually at a higher cost than the vegetables. But there is significant staff time with watering the vegetables. I think it's less with the flowers, but maybe the Director of Operations could comment on that. But the $2,000 would be sufficient for the harvest hut.
I guess, yeah, I can add to that. I know that our guys did spend more time than anticipated, and with the vegetables, because I believe, and I think it was mentioned before, that some of the business owners didn't really participate in helping water and keeping things alive. So, there's daily checks, and so those numbers aren't entirely true. There's numbers out of our parks budget that our guys are spending time on. I don't know exactly how much time, but you got to keep that in mind too.
Councillor Ventimiglia, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess knowing that there's a budget for flowers and or vegetables and or something for the planters somewhere else means that should this motion pass right now, I will ask that we revisit the conversation, because I do think, again, that we've started something and are starting to gain momentum, and I really dislike the idea of just killing it out of nowhere. And so knowing that money exists somewhere else is great, but I'll still be voting against the motion because I still believe in the plan and believe that we should be looking for a new coordinator as opposed to just axing and moving on.
Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I guess it's because I'm thinking along the same lines as well. And so I guess it's just a matter of procedure for me is I, of course, want to see the harvest hut and the edible pathway continue. However, I think, it just seems so strange to me still that, staff made the decision to dismantle the committee, and then staff has made the decision to remove this from our budget. And, this was part of, was part of our plan. So I don't understand sort of how this has happened in the first place when we had this we had made this commitment for 2 years. So I'm not in support of only funding the Harvest Hut and the edible pathway. However, should that motion be defeated, I want to make sure that we're looking at the position as a whole.
Any other comments, questions on this motion? CL?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to comment on the last comment from Councillor Grice. What staff provided was information to council, and council actually was the one that chose and made the decision to disband the committee. And it's before council right now with a suggestion from staff. And it's still council's decision whether or not this particular position is continued or not. It's only a suggestion or information from the staff that is being brought forward for council to determine and make a decision.
If I could follow up then, please, Your Worship.
Yep.
So, but if I'm correct, the $15,000 for the coordinator is no longer in the budget.
It's not showing at this point in time due to the fact that what has happened over the last year and explained by staff is that it was very hard to get funding. There was no applications. Well, any application we put forward for funding, it was rejected or it was not successful. And the time allotted by the coordinator and the job of the coordinator was to try and have the community take this on.
So to me, that says then that that's been removed from the budget, and now we would need to make a decision to put it back in rather than making the decision to remove it from the budget.
Well, the comment from the staff was to, hopefully I'm not muted, was that it suggested to hold it off for 1 year. It's up to council to say yes or no.
Okay, it just said in the report that there's no budgeted items for the programs, not that it was being paused for a year. I'll leave it at that for now. As you can. Councillor Ventimilla has a comment.
Sir Ventimilla?
Well, I don't say this in any way, shape, or form to pile on, but I just think the way that the budget is written is often suggestive, right? So if we get a paragraph in front of us that says that somebody's resigned and there is no budget line, attached to this, no line item attached to this in this year's budget, it's right. We're now having a conversation about putting it back in as opposed to a conversation about do we remove it. So it's just the way it's framed. It changes the tone of the conversation. And so it is disappointing, in my opinion, to be having a conversation about whether or not we want to put it back in when it should have been there to begin with.
Councillor Madison.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to ask if we could bring the discussion back on track to the motion, which is for $2,000 for the Harvest Hut. If other councillors wish to make other motions, they're more than welcome, but I would like to move forward with this.
Are there any questions, discussion specific to the motion? If not, I'm not hearing any. I will ask the question. Is anyone opposed to the motion?
I'm opposed, Councillor Ventimilla.
I'm opposed, Councillor Grice.
Motion carries. I did have a question to the CFO about the COVID restart for the walkability. I never did get an answer on that.
Thank you, Your Worship. The staff will certainly look into the criteria of that grant, and if it is eligible, we will include that the COVID restart funds towards that particular project if this project is moving forward.
Okay. Councillor Schwarzenberg.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to make a motion that the citizen survey for 15,000 be removed from the budget, and that item in our strategic plan be moved to 2022.
Can I get a seconder for that motion?
I'll second.
Second. Any discussion? Councillor Mattis?
Just want to be clear that the motion is saying that it will be in next year's budget. I'm not worried about the strategic plan. I wanted to show that staff is directed to put it in the next year's budget.
Through the chair, I can read the motion that I've drafted. That the $15,000 for the citizen survey be removed from the 2021 budget, and that this item in the strategic plan be moved to the 2022 budgets.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on that motion? Hearing none, I will call the question. Is anyone opposed to that motion? Motion carries. I guess the last item we have to deal with is the downtown design guidelines. Councillor Schwarzenberger, is your hand still up?
No, sorry, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Mattis?
I was just going to follow up on what you just said, is that I would make the motion that the downtown design guidelines in the amount of $25,000 be removed from the budget.
Does anyone want to second that motion?
I will second for discussion purposes.
Okay, seconded for discussion. Moved and seconded that the downtown design guidelines be removed. Councillor Ventimiglia.
And then I will discuss. So after hearing the director's description of what this 25,000 would be used for, in addition to what's already been done, I like what's been suggested or proposed. I think that clearly, and I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but clearly there isn't a comfort level with staff to lead us through this exercise, and therefore it's being suggested that an expert of sorts or multiple be brought in to give us a hand. As I said before, Main Street's full of holes. We all know that, as well as Station Street, and there's tons of opportunity. And I really strongly believe that we need to sort of set the table, set things up so that as people do start to infill and as people do start to make changes to the existing buildings, that it's done so in a cohesive manner. I think that that's something that we can definitely expect. Again, we've talked about this before, it's expected and done in multiple communities. And so I do like the idea of the exercise, and I would like to see this continue to stay in for this year.
Thank you, Councillor Ventimiglia. Councillor Schwarzenberger, is that your hand still up or comment?
It is. I'd like to comment on this. I think we've done, I think there's quite a bit been done out there with the original guidelines from the Wine Village, and the work that's been done by the Downtown Revitalization Committee and a few of those. I think we could put those together with council and maybe some members of the Downtown Revitalization Committee take a look and develop some guidelines, because I really believe that a lot of the work has already been done. We just need to come together and decide on a direction, and then we can go forward. I think having guidelines and putting it in the OCP is a great idea. I just think that spending $25,000 for a consultant to start from scratch where we've already done 80% of the work is not a good use of funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schwarzenberger. Councillor Mattis?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to basically say what Councillor Schwarzenberger just said. Staff has done a great job of getting us as far as we have. They have done 90% of the heavy lifting. What we saw in front of us a few weeks ago is just about there. I don't see a need to bring in a consultant and reinvent the wheel. That's why I made the motion in the first place. I think we can try it in-house. If we fail miserably, moving this out is not going to cause a whole lot of harm. We've already decided to move out the downtown facade program, I believe. So moving this out at the same time it's not going away, because we're committed to having a workshop to make it happen. And if we're unable to do that, then let's proceed with a $25,000 study that'll collect dust.
Councillor Grace?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would basically agree with most of what's been said here. I think that we can definitely take a crack at this ourselves prior to spending any sort of money on a consultant. So I'd rather us look at this first. And as Councillor Mattis said, if we fail miserably, then we can revisit the idea of hiring a consultant in the future. Thank you.
Any further comments on this motion that's on the table before I call the question? Seeing none, I will call a question. Is anyone opposed to the motion?
I'm opposed, Councillor Ventimilla.
Motion is carried. I think we've discussed all the items under development services planning. I believe we can move to elections unless anyone has anything else. Councillor Grace?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to propose a motion that the Food Action Coordinator position be returned to this year's budget for the amount of $15,000, which would include the $2,000 already allocated to the Harvest Hut.
I'll second that motion, Councillor Ventimilla.
Okay, moved in second. Councillor Grace?
Thank you. And if I may, for discussion to go with that, I think that obviously we would need to look at hiring a new coordinator if the previous coordinator wasn't able to make it work.
Any comments from anyone else? Seeing none, I will call a question. Is anyone opposed to the motion?
I'm opposed. Councillor Mattis.
I'm opposed, Councillor Schwarzenberger.
And I'm opposed as well, Mayor Johansson. Motion fails. Any other comments on development services before we move to elections? Deputy Finance Officer, I think we can move on.
Thank you, Your Worship. The elections budget has increased to $38,000 from nil in 2020. A referendum or an alternative approval process for the affordable housing proposal on Main Street would be required to borrow the necessary funds to move forward with the project. Both scenarios are possible and both have been included in the 2021 budget. Should the alternative approval process fail, a referendum would be triggered. And with that, I'll give it over to council. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Schwarzenberger.
Thank you, Worship. I just wondered if you could tell me how you got to 38,000, because I seem to remember that the last time we had a by-election, you can do that for half that price. So I don't understand why it would take 38,000 to do a referendum. Thank you.
I can help answer that. Thank you, Worship. The elections officers and polling clerks, we have budgeted $16,067. The elections other expenses for $21,500 includes miscellaneous costs of $10,000, an election machine for $6,500, and the alternative approval process is also included in this account for $5,000. And I see that the CFO has his hand.
CFO?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sure corporate officers will chime in as well, but one of the main reasons of the increase is the fact that when we go and do a general election every 4 years, we cost share that with the school board. So there's a recovery from that. If we're proceeding ahead in 2021 with either a referendum or the AAP is obviously certainly the cheaper approach. It also does, it is in accordance with the legislation. So therefore that is, however, if it fails, then council has, the only other alternative you have is a referendum. So that is why the costs are a little bit more than previous elections.
Thank you. Corporate Officer, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, CFO. Yes, costs were slightly adjusted to reflect COVID protocols that would have to be put in place. And you're correct, it's cost share with the school district, but also cost share with the regional district. So those costs, we often would budget that high, but they would be, some of that would be recoverable. With the alternative approval process, that would be brought to council to determine if they want to proceed that way, or goes directly to a referendum process and just bypass the AAP. But keeping in mind, if in the capital budget for the fire truck, we would have to do a AAP or a referendum for that as well. So they could hopefully be all pushed in together into one big event. Thank you.
Councilor Schwarzenberger?
Thank you, Worship. I don't think it works to push things together into one event, because then the attention of all the voters is split, and it makes it very difficult to sometimes to get through something that you really want if you bundle it with other things that are less favorable. I guess I understand now what these are for, but I guess I don't understand if you put election expenses in and then you add in AAP expenses, it's either or. If you do an AAP,
no.
It's less expensive, I understand.
Unless the AAP fails.
Right. Yeah, I
So,
understand
yeah.
that. And then you go to referendum anyway.
Exactly. So you may end up doing both.
Okay, thank you.
I think Doug's hand up is by mistake.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
I guess I have a couple comments on this. I find, having been through a few alternative approval processes in the past, I personally think they make sense if it's for an RCMP building or a fire truck, and you could consider it a must-have for the community related to core services. But this is something completely different than that. And I think going to an AAP instead of a referendum, I think that wouldn't be a good thing. And I'm challenged with the cost of it, because we've already spent $60,000 doing this application, and now we're going to spend, another $35,000 doing a referendum. That it's a toss-up for sure, whether it's going to pass or not. And I mean, my preference would be to do a referendum, and my preference would be that the referendum would be held when the next municipal election is. I'm sure that's not possible because the funding is going to be approved, and we'll probably have to have a timeline when we can, get the electorate to, or get approval to do the borrowing to be able to move forward with the funding. I'm really struggling with this. I do an alternative approval process for 5,000 sounds great, but I've seen alternative approval processes in West Kelowna fail, trying to get a new city hall there. That's not usually a very popular thing with citizens. I know this one is different, that it has affordable housing attached to it, but it's still, people are going to be looking at it, some people, that why do we need to build a new city hall? And if we go through an alternative approval process, it's like we're trying to sneak this through somehow.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it. Alternative approval processes, I think you really need to ask people, do they really want this or not? And that's a tough one when you're going to spend 35,000 to get an answer. I guess those are my comments. It doesn't really land on which way to go, but I guess a referendum, if we have to do this, a referendum's the way to go, in my opinion.
Your Worship,
Yeah.
I just want to mention that, and I'm sure that the Development Services Director could correct me if I'm wrong, but to move forward with that whole project now, and the grant application has been submitted or is being submitted, if the timing, to move forward with the town's contribution, it's not, should we, it's, to show, otherwise this project is dead. So it's either you have to either do one form of assent. And so it is going to be required if council wishes to move forward with this project.
CFO, so are you saying that we have to move forward with a referendum or AAP before we even get word back that we've been approved?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying though is if BC Housing comes out, let's say in the next, in April or May, and says, yeah, we approve the project, then we have to get our ducks in line, because otherwise we will not have the funding available for our portion, and that they will move forward to somewhere else.
Right, thank you. That's what I thought. Councillor Schwarzenberger?
So with all that, then I suggest, I agree with the mayor that we shouldn't do an AAP for this project. We should just do a referendum. So let's take the 5,000 out for the AAP, and we would go to a referendum as soon as we get this project approved.
Corporate officer, and then Councillor Mattis.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question to the Deputy Finance Officer, if funding allocation has been made for the AAP for the fire truck.
No, there has not.
Okay.
Councillor Mattis.
Thank you, Your Worship. The fire truck would fall under fire department expenses, which are shared. So it's a whole different ball of wax. But all that aside, this goes back to council will at some point have to make a decision, and it, as the CFO alluded to, if it is cost prohibitive for us to move forward, then unfortunately the other side of the project would fall by the wayside. I'm comfortable either way at this point, but we need a whole lot more detail and a lot further down the road before we make those decisions.
Through Your Worship, would you like me to read the tentative motion that I've?
Sure.
Thank you. That the alternative approval process portion of $5,000 under elections be removed, and that the Main Street project or Main Street question be undertaken by referendum?
I think, no, I think at this point, we're just removing that from the budget. We'll determine further down the road whether it'll be referendum or not. So that
Okay.
second portion should be deleted. All we're doing is removing it from the budget.
Thank you.
And I would second that. So if you want to read it back a second time.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mattis, that the alternative approval portion of $5,000 under election be removed from the 2021 budget.
Thank you.
Councillor Grice?
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to clarify then, the AAP for the fire truck belongs under fire department and not under elections?
Through the chair, technically, yes, although we'll run it through this budget, but you'll see a recovery coming back from the fire department. So it's definitely the corporate officers. We like to keep all our costs in one area, but we will recover half of that approximately from the other participating partners of that joint service.
Thank you.
Councillor Ventimiglia?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to clarify what I think I just heard. So is this motion suggesting that we don't budget for either the AAP or a referendum? Because the
No,
conversation that I
is-
thought, the
Motion
conversation,
is strictly to remove AAP.
so where do we
Fine.
deal with referendum?
Well, the remainder of the budget would be for the referendum. The budget's $37,000, so it'll drop to 32,000.
So the budget for the referendum stays in.
Yeah, at 32,000.
Okay, thank you.
Your Worship, can you hear Councillor Michelle?
I can.
Okay, I've got a question through to the CFO. I know that in the past, since Solid was dissolved, anytime there has been any expenditures, the water fund has contributed, I think at around 35%. Would the water fund be expected to be contributing towards this new council chambers?
Boy,
Because
thank you, Councillor Michelle. That's very kind of you.
Well, because if they are, then I think then you're going to have a bit of a pickle, because I think that anybody who pays gets to vote.
You knew the question was coming, Doug.
Well, I don't have any problem if the water councillors want to help fund the city. They should. It's the town hall. It's a town asset.
The reason I'm asking is then I guess everybody who contributes to the water fund would be part of that referendum, which includes the rural people, if they're going to contribute.
I got to think on that a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm not certain of that because that's a little bit different.
The water fund doesn't require a referendum to borrow money.
That's for water matters through the chair.
Yeah.
If it's a question on a water budget item, the water users would participate in the question, I believe.
We
I
don't
would
need a
agree.
referendum to borrow money through the water fund.
Okay.
We'll cross that bridge when the time comes.
Might be better to get an answer first.
Well, we do have some time because this will be later in the year before we even find out if BC Housing, whether we're going to get any funding or not. Thank you for the question, Councillor Michelle. Any further comments before I call the question? Hearing none, is anyone opposed to the motion? Motion is carried. We can move on to the fire department. Deputy Finance Officer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moving on to fire operating. The net fire department budget has increased $33,000 excluding amortization. Council has adopted remuneration changes at the January 11th closed council meeting. The impact of these changes are reflected in the remuneration categories. The Fire Control Amendment Bylaw 1369 now includes the first responder designation for the town fire department. This has increased the 2021 budget as follows. Fire call wages increased 15.2 thousand to account for the estimated 50 extra first responder calls per year. Increase in the first aid supply budget of $3,000. Number 3, utilization of the federal summer student grant program to assist the fire department with records management for $6,500. Number 4, building and grounds maintenance, $5,000 to increase $5,000 increase for training ground upgrades. Number 5, small tools and supplies, $14,000 increase for the purchase of 34 wildland coveralls and rescue helmets. The purchase is offset by monies received in 2020 for the response to the Christie Mountain Fire. Number 6, year 2 of 4 to allocate a budgeted transfer to the town's fire equipment replacement reserve. This will provide the town with future financial stability when funding capital purchases in future years. And lastly, number 7, the electrical consumption that is being saved, $4.3 thousand, due to the installation of solar panels is being transferred to the Climate Action Reserve. And with that, I'll bring it over to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Finance Officer. Any questions on the fire department budget? Councillor Mattis.
Just a quick question. Does this represent the full amounts or just the town's portion?
This represents just the town's portion.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Any other questions? Any questions on the fire department?
Sorry, just to clarify, Councillor Mattis, the amounts that I just read out changes, those are the full amounts, but the budget itself includes the OFPD and the Soyuz Indian Band amounts that they contribute in the revenue section.
Thank you.
Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Your Worship. At our last meeting, we were discussing the increases, and I think there was $2,400 that was sort of left up to debate there. I'm just wondering what's reflected in here, if it's the entire ask from the fire department, or I know we were talking about doing an incremental increase. So what are we looking at here, please? Thank you.
Through to the chair, I can answer that. The officer wages themselves were 50% were to be put in 2021 budget. This is $6,000, and the remaining $6,000 is to be put into the 2022 budget. It's a 50% phase-in. And for practice pay changes, that was implemented 100% in 2021, which is basically doubling the practice budget by paying the firefighters for an hourly wage up to a maximum of 2 hours, as opposed to just a per practice wage. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you.
CFO.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to had some time to reflect on Councillor Mattis's question in regards to the AAP for the fire truck. The rural fire department has the cash to pay for their portion of that fire truck, so they won't be borrowing money. So that AAP is 100% our cost.
Thank you.
Councillor Grice, did you have any follow-up on that question?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions about the fire department? I think we're good. We could move on to grants and aid.
Moving on, thank you, Your Worship. Grants and aid. There's been no changes in the levels of service from the previous year. The only thing you'll notice in 2021 is the donation for Food for Thought, which was just an in and out in 2020. Actually didn't happen in 2020, but was budgeted for. That's been removed. But other than that, it's exactly the same as the previous year. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. Any questions on grant need? I think we can move on to legislative.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're going to move on next to inside staff, just to keep it in order.
Okay.
Salary increases of $17,000 are attributed to contract salary and benefit increases for 2021. Utilization of a federal summer student grant program to assist the town with record management, $6,500. Staff recruitment budget has increased $8,000 due to impending staff retirements. Safety training decreasing $6,000 in accordance with the 2020 actual amounts expended. Staff training increasing by $6,300. Currently, we have 4 staff taking courses for the local government administration certificate designation. And with that, I'll bring it over to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on inside staff? I think we're good.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moving on to legislative. Increase in the 2021 budget over 2020 of $5,200 due to the following factors. Number 1, community to community forum expenses of $4,100, offset by a $2,000 grant. And lastly, number 2, CPI increases for the mayor and council's wages. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Mattis.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's not a question, but I will float this as I do every year. In light of everything that has gone on and the fact that I believe that we are well paid for what we do, I would float a motion that council forego the CPI increase for this year only, and that council indemnities remain at the same level as 2020.
Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not that I've crunched the numbers with the hours that I put in, but I wouldn't necessarily agree with the sentiments of Councillor Mattis. I don't know if we're all in the same financial position, but I think maybe some of us depend on that income for our families more than others. So I would not be in favor of foregoing the increase this year. Thank you.
I couldn't get anyone to second the motion anyways, but I'd like to float it every year.
Doesn't look like we have a seconder on that motion, Mr. Mattis.
I understand.
We can move on to mobile equipment unless anybody else has a question, lingering question about legislative. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Moving on to mobile equipment. The mobile equipment budget is the equipment pool for the town. All purchases of new equipment is included within the capital budget. All expenditures are recovered to the mobile equipment reserve. Comparing the 2021 budget to 2020, there has been minimal change in this budget. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any questions on mobile equipment? I think we're good.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moving on to Public Works. The Public Works budget has remained consistent with 2020 with a $5,200 increase. Contracted services has increased due to increased janitorial costs, which will be offset with usage of the COVID-19 restart funds. The materials and supplies budget have been adjusted in all areas to reflect 2020 amounts that have actually been spent. And again, this budget is very similar to the 2020 budget from the previous year. Thank you, Your Worship.
Any questions on Public Works? No questions.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moving on to roads. The net budget has remained consistent, excluding amortization, with 2020 budgeted amounts. Again, this budget has seen minimal change from the previous year. Thank you, Your Worship.
Any questions on roads and drainage? No questions.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moving on to solid waste. Revenues have increased 44,000 due to rate increases for garbage and recycling previously adopted effective January 1st, 2021. Garbage collection and tipping fees are projected to be 189,000 in 2021, which is a $24,000 increase over 2020. The 2021 budget is based upon the 2020 actual results as well as expected contractual increases. Recycling, processing, large item pickup, and yard waste pickup costs are projected to be $216,000 in 2021, with a $2,000 increase over 2020. This budget remains consistent with 2020 budgeted amounts. The projected deficit for 2021 for solid waste is projected to be $54,000 before the transfer from the solid waste reserve, with a decrease of $17,000 as compared to 2020. Finance staff just want to note that a review of the 2017 business plan for the increase of solid waste fees is recommended to be undertaken in 2021 by staff. The solid waste department can be considered a utility and should not be operating at a deficit and supported by reserves or taxes. And with that, I will finish with solid waste. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Mattis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I certainly support staff's outlook that it should be treated as a utility. I look forward to that review later this year. How large is that reserve that we're drawing on to meet these expenses?
Last I checked, Councillor Mattis, it was around 500,000.
Thank you. And if we went, okay, I see the CFO shaking his head. No, not that high.
No.
I might be thinking of a different reserve.
Yeah, it's just over 300. Where I was going with this review, yes, it definitely should be treated as a utility. It's one of these that can definitely be driven by user fees. Where I would like council in the future, and I probably won't be here to see that, but that reserve certainly can be rolled into other purposes for council's whatever council sees fit. And so it's certainly, I think that's an option for council to consider in the future.
That was my second question. Thanks for the answer.
Councillor Grace.
Every time. Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to ask if there was a motion required to undertake that review or if staff can fly on their own with that.
It will come forward to council.
Thank you.
Any other questions on solid waste?
Through to the chair, just to answer your question, Councillor Mattis, the reserve after 2020 and after the transfer will be closer to 300,000.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy, we can move on to Town Hall, I believe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Town Hall. The net 2021 Town Hall budget has remained consistent with 2020. Increased baseline budget amounts in labor, insurance, and contractual services are offset by decreased material and supply expenditures due to additional building maintenance projects being completed in 2020. And that concludes the Town Hall budget. Thank you, Your Worship.
Any questions on Town Hall? I don't see any questions.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moving on to town parks. The 2021 town parks budget is seeing a $8,500 decrease over 2020. The decrease is attributed to various small maintenance items not needed in 2021 and the $5,000 amount for the 26 winter banners that were purchased in 2020. Thank you, Your Worship.
Any questions on the town parks? I think we're good to go.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moving on to town rental properties. The surplus has increased $4,500 due to the annual contractual CPI increases in rents and the addition of a $1.6 thousand license of occupation for occupation of town lands. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any questions on town rentals?
Where is that license of occupation?
I don't know if you can see my screen, Councillor Mattis. It's right here for $1,600.
No, I see that. No, which land?
That is for the Eat Oliver or Oliver Eats. I think the
Gotcha,
director.
I understand.
Okay.
In the
Yeah.
laneway behind.
I believe so.
Yeah, that's correct, Marcus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments on or questions on town rentals? We can move to victim services.
Thank you, Worship. Moving on to victim services. The 2021 victim services funding is as follows. The provincial contract payment will be $45,200 with an Area C contribution of $5,000. The town has reached out to Area C for an additional $5,000 in funding, as well as the Osoyoos Indian Band to match the funding at $10,000. These additional funding amounts have not been confirmed as of today, and as such have not been reflected in the 2021 budget. Total funding per the current 2021 budget totals $50,200. If the additional funding amounts are not realized, the $6,000 increase will be added to maintain existing service levels. Thank you, Your Worship.
Any questions on victim services? Councillor Ventimiglia.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I guess I'm just wondering when we reached out to Area C and the Osoyoos Indian Band. Like if we're just sort of awaiting response or if we're being ignored.
Corporate officer.
You're muted, Diane.
Thank you. Oh, I get to start over. Yes, correspondence was sent to Osoyoos Indian Band and the RDOS late summer, early fall. The RDOS already contributes $5,000. They do have a bylaw that they can requisition. That's the amount they provide. Their bylaw can go up to $8,000, but we're waiting for confirmation from the RDOS whether or not they'll be able to, if they wish to contribute the additional $3,000, and we have not heard from Osoyoos Indian Band at this point.
I can reach out to Area C director and see if he's got the extra $3,000. We are in the middle of budgets right now, so I will make that call and get back to the corporate officer. I don't
That would
see.
only provide 3. We're asking for 5.
We're asking for 5, yeah.
We're asking for an additional 5 on top of the 5 they already contribute.
They
Now
contribute
their bylaw-
5. The bylaw allows them to go to 8, so that still leaves them 2,000 short.
Right, which they could maybe use for their grant and aid. or rural projects.
Area C or the RDUS?
Area C.
Area C, right. Okay. I'll talk to Director Canodal. And should we reach out to the Oswego Indian Band again for an answer?
I could definitely help with that, Mayor Johansson.
Okay.
And as well, the Deputy Finance Officer hasn't commented, but ultimately the COVID Safe Starts Fund, I think that's this would be an eligible expense if we wanted to possibly tap into that, so we could keep at our existing levels.
Okay. I think that brings us to the end.
If all this fails, then the budget does not reflect that $6,000 we would have to come up with?
Through to the chair, Councillor Mattis, it does reflect the $6,000. Right now, the total surplus is deficit is 16,000 with the current funding levels that we discussed. In the previous year, the deficit was 10,000, and that represents the town's portion. If these funding amounts don't come through, then the town will be on the hook for the 16,000 in 2021, which has been reflected in the budget.
Okay. So if not, then we just have more money going into reserves at some point or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mattis. Any other comments? Is that the end of the operational budget?
That concludes my report, Your Worship.
Any comments on the operational budget? Questions? Councillor Schwarzenberger.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to thank our two financial officers for doing a wonderful job. And could I ask how we fared with the changes we made along the route there? Are we up 5,000, up 20,000? Where are we? Thank you.
Through the chair, I have been keeping tally. I did want to also inform council that the alternative approval process for that fire truck, that does have to go, but even though we removed it for the affordable housing, we still have to have it for the fire truck. So it will go back into the budget. But from the tally that I've got so far, we have saved, either we've reduced $87,000 worth of expenses, or we've added in some sources of funds being from COVID money. And so it's 87,000 is your tally right now.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the operational budget? Councillor Mattis.
I don't have any questions, but I would echo Councillor Schwarzenberger and thank every department, because it isn't just the finance guys. It's they compile the information, but the information comes from the other departments, and every manager is to be congratulated on this budget. I don't know if you think of it this way, but we've actually held a zero budget now for several years. At the end of our police 9% increase program, and again, I say this every year, and I just want to remind people, but at the end of that program, there's every likelihood that we would have to do a further 9%, because we haven't done anything along the way here for quite some time. So people should be aware of that going in, so that it's not a huge shock. But once again, I want to thank every manager for the work that they've done on this.
Yeah, I would echo those comments as well. I mean, these are, we're looking at everything through a microscope here and doing the best we can to hold the line and keep everything at 9%, which has included a 0% increase for operational budget, which isn't really sustainable. So at some point, we're going to need to address that over the next couple of years. But kudos to the budget that was brought forward today. And I think we need to, do we need to get a motion to adopt this budget as amended?
No, this entire budget, once we get through capital tomorrow, I take it, will be coming forward to council at the next council meeting for 3 readings of our financial plan bylaw.
Okay. Are we going to go into capital or start on capital?
It's totally up to you. We could certainly do it tomorrow. I know it's at dinner time already, and I think a lot of people, including myself, are tired from the day, and we'll get a fresh start tomorrow. Capital always generates a lot of discussion, so.
Corporate officer?
Thank you, Your Worship. At this time, there's not a placeholder in your outlook for the capital budget meeting, and so just I can put that in before we leave tonight. Just would like a consensus on a time for start.
Okay, Councillor Schwarzenberger.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, tomorrow, unfortunately, I work all day, so I am not available until 5:15 p.m. However, I trust my other, I trust my associates. If you find it necessary to start without me, I'll come in as quickly as I can.
What about the remainder of the week, Councillor Schwarzenberger?
The remainder of the week, yeah, I work till 5:30 Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, unfortunately, of this week.
Through the chair, I see Councillor Bentmila has her hand up. I'm fine to move forward if we just take a nature break for 10 or 15 minutes, and we can certainly continue. And definitely, I think we can wrap this up by 7 or 7:30. So,
Councillor Bentmila.
I was just going to say that up until just a couple of days ago, I think we did have the placeholder in our calendars for tomorrow afternoon. So I have tomorrow afternoon free to continue this conversation. I don't have any other days this week to do that. So I'm happy to keep going, but with a break so that I can grab a warm drink or something. But if that's what we want to do, but if not, then tomorrow afternoon, really, I think we were originally meant to start at 3 or 3:30, just like today. And I'm good with that. I'm good with the evening.
Councillor Grace.
Yeah, I'm good to keep going today or tomorrow afternoon as well. Thursday is no good for me. Friday I could probably do.
I would suggest let's take a break and get into capital if nobody has any objection to that. It's 5:45. Do you want to continue at 6 o'clock?
Sounds good.
Any objection to continuing at 6 o'clock?
Sounds good.
Good for me.
Okay, let's, do we have to sign out or can we just stay signed in?
I would just stay on. I'm just going to put my screen up.
Okay.
That we're on break, and we'll clip it tomorrow.
Just put some good elevator music for anybody watching live on YouTube.
Yeah.
Some nice background.
Thing if you want.
Yeah, do it.
No. Okay, we'll see you in 15. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. These are all, it's all about buddy buddies. You know that, because, you know that because she quit.
Hmm. There we go. Beauty. Are we live?
Yes, we're live. We're ready to go.
Okay, just making sure we weren't. Looks like we're gonna get another month of this from the way they're chatting.
Or better.
Yeah.
Your worship, can I ask a quick question to the corporate officer?
Yes, absolutely.
Corporate officer, I know there was a couple of requests from OTA and I think the Parks and Rec for to access some of our COVID funding. Is that something that is discussed now or that comes separately?
I think that would be a question to our CFO.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Leahy.
Oh, there's the old
Well
hand
done.
off.
Well done.
Yeah, when is the appropriate time to discuss this? I don't want to get on my rant. Because of course, you are partners in a joint service with the regional district in numerous activities. You're certainly with recreation, parks and recreation, which includes also tourism, Venables Theater. I know I'm missing one or two others, economic development, I guess. But anyway.
Heritage.
Heritage, thank you. The museum. So And the town, of course, we have COVID monies. We are very fortunate, and thankfully the province brought that forward. However, that being said, the regional district has agreed to not, well, to participate to some extent. I wouldn't say to no extent, but to some extent. And so therefore, certainly those services that are impacting our town and the town council would like to move forward in promoting, whether that be tourism, whether that be wine, whether that be the theater, the arts, whatever. And you could certainly utilize some of those funds for that. The question that arises in my mind always is, well, geez, we're joint partners. When's the partner going to come to the table? And unfortunately, that can't happen. And so therefore, then therein lies the challenge. And I know I've broached that with our CIO about how we could possibly utilize the regional district and provide some funding, and they would adjust their tax requisition. And that was met with a stern no. So therefore, they won't do that. And so therein lies the town's dilemma, where as much as obviously you're a champion for the town and you want to move forward, you'd also like your partner to come along with you. And so I don't have a real good answer for you.
Okay, well, at the very least, I think I think we should maybe bring this to the next committee of the whole so we can have a little more fulsome discussion about it. But at the very least, if we're going to deny all these requests, we should tell them why. You know.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have to move ahead without a partner.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. That's possible too.
I think we need a more fulsome discussion than we have today.
It'd be nice if we could reach out to them to find out what they're looking for as well, because they should be in budget situation now and know have a better idea what happened last year and what they would be looking for to give us some indicators.
Did you not receive that information? We did receive some information from Carol and also OTA with regards to their shortfalls.
Yes,
I did. Very large haul.
But still, and you're right, Kathy. I did receive that. It still doesn't answer that bigger question, as Councillor Mattis said. That sometimes you have to do the right thing, and you got to move forward without a partner, perhaps, and that's just the way it's going to be.
I can tell you that the regional district has distributed about 450,000 amongst the 9 directors, and Director Pinodal got about 80,000 of that, and it's all been allocated already, and none of it for all of our parks and recreation, heritage, Venables Theater, none. It's all going to things like Loose Bay, extra costs to run Loose Bay, wood chipping program, those kind of things. So if we do move forward, we are moving forward on our own. We won't get any support. It's all been allocated right now.
I think another thing to think about is the gas tax money, though, that area directors have that we don't. I mean, we get our own gas tax money, as a community, but they have their own individual pocket that they have, total control over where that goes. So I don't think this stops us from. I totally agree that sometimes maybe you just have to move forward without a partner, but like the CFO just said, sometimes you just have to do the right thing for your community. But that also doesn't stop us from having a conversation and saying, hey, this is what we feel we have to do. And is there anywhere that, you, Area C, can meet us along the way?
I'm not sure if they can use their gas tax funds for operational shortfalls. It has to be more towards capital items.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know those details.
At any rate, I think maybe at the next cow that we should have a more fulsome discussion on what we're going to do with these requests, and if we're going to go it alone or just deny them.
Yeah, that's certainly doable.
Is everybody back?
I'm thinking so.
Let's go to work.
Okay. Capital budget. Marcus wrapped up the operating council and Marcus. So the capital budget that has been prepared, once again, has been compiled by all staff. All senior staff have been involved with the input into this budget. It does roll forward the 2 9%, one from 2018, one from 2019, and also one from 2021. The 2020, of course, was at zero because of COVID. I did want to, just as background, give council where we're at currently and funds available for capital. Our tax revenues are totaling about 1.5 million. Our grants, about 800,000. So we have our total revenues are around 2.4 million dollars. And when we take off our net department expenses, that leaves us with about 127,000 dollars for contribution over to capital. Now that will be adjusted from the various adjustments that we just did to the operating budget here just recently in the last hour or so. But let's say that number will become 200,000, and the policing monies become the 436. So we're looking in the neighborhood of $600,000 capital envelope that are available from operations. Now, I wanted to also put it into context for this year's capital budget because, of course, COVID 2020 was, as we all know, has been a very challenging year. There was a lot of work that either was budgeted that didn't get done due to COVID, or quite frankly, just because either the work just couldn't get done to lack of consultants, timing issues with projects. So therefore, I want to identify those, and I have. And they total upwards of around $760,000. I might be slightly off there, but I'm thinking I'm quite comfortable around $750,000 that we had money budgeted for capital works in 2020 that were not completed. And those are just the tax ones. These aren't monies from DCCs or reserves. This is just monies that were strictly funded from taxation, leaving us with our gross envelope of approximately $1.3 million. All the reserve funding, gas tax money, DCCs, that's outside of these monies. So there is money to be utilized for our capital works program. We also get, want to remind council, in 2019, we had 2 payments of our gas tax revenue, or about $262,000 each. We did expend one of those, but we did not expend the other. So there was a carry forward of $260,000 from 2019, has been rolled into 2020. Obviously, we're not going to utilize very much of that money this year. So that leaves us with $524,000, plus we also have the allotment now for 2021. So our gas tax money is going to be around $786,000. So as you can see, there are some areas of source of funding that we have. And on the next page, when I go, I tried to summarize, and I think it's on page 60. I'm not sure if I'm on the same as your iPad or not, but it's on page 64 of the printout. I tried to summarize just 2021 and see what 2021 looks like for council. And you can see the left-hand blue column is 2021 capital requests. And then the other columns to the right are the source of funding, and whether they be reserves, gas tax, water fund, sewer fund, etc. So the intent now, and the project number on the left-hand margin, where we go project 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc., coincides with the budget highlights that are put together. So each one of these comes with a description as to what they are and what the intention of this project is. And so Sean certainly will be, Director of Operations will certainly be adding into a lot of this as we move forward. But this is our capital work. So as you can see, we're at about $4.4 million And currently we're just 1.1 is scheduled to come from taxes. We might as well go right into the line by line of the projects. And like I said, the first 4 projects are really coming from our computer. They're the computer hardware, software, the PET license module, the tablets for Public Works, and the printer to replace that photocopier / printer upstairs at corporate office. So that is really our IT capital budget. Certainly the 2 new ones, there are the PET license module, or PET licensing, and how we actually issue, record, collect. Well, the collect actually is working quite well. The issuance and the recording of PET licenses is very manual labor intensive. And we want to move forward to incorporating that and integrating it in with our present software. And that's going to cost us about $7.7 or $7,700. And definitely there is going to be not only efficiencies gained at the front counter, but this will also allow us where people can, hopefully, this is the intent, where people can get dog licenses online. And so you can apply for it online. It's also going to be some aspect to keep people out of town hall to some extent. And so that's the intent of the dog licenses. Printer is, as we stated before, I believe that printer upstairs, that copier, is 10 years old, and it's nearing its end of life. And the Public Works tablets, $6,000 or $1,000 each, or 6 of them. They're going to be funded also from the Water and Sewer Fund as well as our general fund. So I will leave it at that for those first 4 items and take comments and questions.
Any questions on the first 4 items? I think we're good. We can move on to the next one.
Okay. The next one is we did talk about an operating for the number 5, the Town Hall / affordable housing project. That is the project that council has is moving forward with our Director of Development Services. And in 2021, it's anticipated they are going to expend $270,000 and to move this project forward. Obviously, it has to get approved before we can move it anywhere. But perhaps, Randy, you want to speak to this a little bit more?
Sure. Hi. Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I can touch on it a little bit more. I did want to provide a bit of clarity as well, because I know it was discussed earlier. I spoke with our development consultant a little bit ago, Gwen Simmons, and he had said that all of the proposals are now, they've already been sent out. So they're already being reviewed. So likely we would hear back potentially at the beginning of March. He's anticipating it would be no more than 2 months till we'll find out. So I wanted to put that out there as well. I know Marcus had highlighted here. I'm just going to find it. So of the 270 expected to be expended in 2021 for the preliminary project costs, 160,000 of it would be for an architect, engineer, mechanical design, geotechnical services, all of those sorts of things. And then 65,000 for the development consultant, and 15,000 for a construction manager, and 30,000 for a consultant to do a quantitative survey. So they prepare actual costs. And then also it'd be worth having someone look at the town assets as well. So if this is going to happen, you know, what does the plan look like? Does the town sell the current town hall building, the finance building? Do you shift tourism up here? What do you do with the tourism building? So it'd just be a study on what to do with the town's assets related to this project. Besides that, I guess the only other part to point out is that this was broken down. So the actual cost, for example, of those engineers and different professionals is 196,000. Excuse me. But we had estimated with the development consultant that pre-construction qualifies for approximately 75% of those costs, not the full cost, because some of the costs will come in 2022 if the building's actually built. So that was adjusted. Besides that, I don't have anything else to add. I can help answer any questions at this time. Thanks.
Thanks, Director. Councillor Mattis?
Thank you, Your Worship. When I looked through those, the 65,000 for the development consultant, I thought that that was money that we were spending initially to get us to the application stage. Is that an employee that it's basically an employee that we would have throughout the whole project? Am I to understand that?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Mattis. Yeah, it's essentially someone that's running the whole project, like a construction manager, essentially someone that's organizing all the tenders and doing that process.
But we have construction manager on there for another 15,000.
That's the pre-construction. I mean, I can.
But that would continue as well, would it not? So
Yeah,
I'm wondering why we have two.
Yeah, the consultant would be. My understanding is they organize the whole thing. So they work with BC Housing. There's a lot that goes into it. Obviously, I should have found out more details on that, but that's that was passed on to me through the development consultant who specializes in these projects as being an appropriate amount. So I could, if you want to delay this a bit, I could find out a little bit more information about.
Well, it's
what the
not a matter of delaying. I just wanted to understand better. So the development consultant told you that this is a good number to put in for a development consultant.
Yeah, exactly. They through their budget that they prepared for this project. Okay. They had stated that a development consultant approximate budget is 300,000, and that being split between the community housing fund residential component and then the town halls portion. They estimated that the community housing fund would be 177,000 and the town hall portion being 130,000, and that 50% of it would be allocated for 2021, with the rest being in 2022.
Okay. Have we consulted or have we checked with other, like Roslyn, for example, I believe is going through this process or has been working on a similar process? Have we checked with any other municipalities that have recently built this to find out how their process works so that ours is comparable? I mean, we're new to this game as well, so we should see if there's some guideposts out there to make sure that we're being led in the right direction.
Yeah, for sure. I know that the CFO and I reached out early on in the process to Rosalind and their CFO to get some information, but since then we have not communicated with them.
So we don't know if this is all consistent with their project, or is it consistent with their project?
Well, this budget was put together by our development consultant for the proposal, the BC Housing, and they've done several proposals. So I relied on this for budgeting purposes.
Well, I understand that, but we haven't compared that to any. We haven't asked Rosalind, is this reasonable?
No.
Okay.
Director, just on a question for me is, I'm assuming none of these things would be expensed for unless an approval is achieved in the community.
Yes, exactly. That's correct.
Okay.
And also one of the things that actually probably needs to be, I don't know how you want to bring this forward, Randy, to council, or at some point in time, I think what we need is a real, whether it be a chronological order of events or something as to what has to happen, because I know there has to be various either lease agreements or memorandum of understanding. There has to be some legal documents authorized and agreed to between parties as to how this is all going to flesh out and work. So I'm not sure that somewhere along the line, somebody has to take the lead on that as well.
It's almost like a Gantt chart. Have we hired the development consultant already?
No, so that's part of what the development consultant works on, is all those agreements between this housing society and the town and how that works. And they spearhead the meetings, because if this does move forward, there'd be a committee established where someone from the Kiwanis Society would sit on it, as well as staff and someone from council, because all of the decisions are all, made together. But no money, or I can't remember. Sorry, what was the last question you had? Councillor?
Just whether we've hired anybody yet. Have we spent any of this?
No, so at this time, the only money spent is just under 40,000 to prepare the application.
Okay, that first 40 grand,
Yeah,
okay.
the first 40, yeah. And then if this gets approved in March, then the idea would be to bring a report to council on how they want to go moving forward and the approval process through the electors. And obviously just as much background information we can get. But the first step would definitely be to get a development consultant on board. But that would be funneled, that would be a decision made by the Housing Society and then in partnership with the town.
And that would be after we get approval and it comes to council with the report.
Exactly, yeah, if council wants to move forward with it.
Perfect.
Any
That was
other?
all, that was all I had.
Okay.
That was all I had. Is there any other questions? I don't see any.
Okay, moving on to number 6, which is the town hall siding. This is 95, or what did I say, $89,500. And the description is that obviously the siding is starting to show its age. Some dry rot in places, south and west portions of the building. To keep a more natural, original heritage look, we could replace the shingles with a similar look to the new roof, but the cost of these have increased over the years. So I don't know if, Sean, I believe this was coming out of your area?
Yes. Yeah, I think you've pretty much said everything, but we do need to look at putting material back that keeps the heritage look. And so that drives costs up a little bit. And also there'll be some painting involved with that. So it'll get freshened up and the whole town hall will look a lot better when it's done.
Your worship, I have a question.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Ventimiglia.
That's okay. I'm just wondering, it was mentioned that we have to keep, that we're going to try and keep the heritage look. I just want to make sure that that's in line, or ask, I guess, that that's in line with the heritage, the requirements under the heritage designation bylaw that we were working on.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Grice.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, my question was kind of similar. Was going to ask if the town hall does have a heritage designation, and if so, if there's any funding streams for refurbishment.
Through the chair, we did put in an application for a heritage grant for the siding of the town hall. I don't believe we've heard anything as of yet, but it has. We were also advised that it was over subscribed, and the bylaw for the heritage designation should be coming forward to council in the beginning of February or March, sometime in that area for your, I do believe it's third reading, Randy, or is it adoption?
So I was just going to add that, yeah, in the next month or two, I'll be bringing a heritage designation bylaw for town hall to council for their review and adoption. And then if that gets approved, then I do understand that there would be funding opportunities available. And I'm sure the Heritage Society would be happy to assist me or whoever else through that process and help us out. So yeah, there definitely is funding through that, but my understanding is that it does need to be protected in order to apply for those funding. Right now, it's just on the municipal community heritage register, and it's not formally protected by bylaw yet.
Thank you. And just one other quick question. So this amount is to stay with the heritage look, the natural look, I assume?
That's my understanding. Sean, our Director of Operations, is the 89,000 for, as most heritage as it can be, I guess.
I think he's gone.
Oh,
Well, I think with the designation bylaw, you're going to have to get a heritage alteration permit. So you will be mandated to comply.
Through
I was
Chair
just a little unclear because there was a
Johansson.
font in there, so I wasn't sure.
It was taken into consideration. The cost was for material that would keep it in the heritage style.
Okay, thank you.
Through Chair Johansson, the grant application through the heritage stream that we're waiting to hear from, we received a quote for the shakes and for fixing the trim and as well to refurbish the door. So that's why it's at 89.5. That the front door, it needs some refurbishment as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the town hall siding? I think we can move on to the next one.
Okay, the next one is the installation of solar panels on the Public Works building. And it's estimated to be $60,000. If we had money in our climate action reserve, we could certainly utilize some of that to fund that. However, we have utilized that in 2020 for the fire department panels up on there, which we're actually doing significant cost savings. And what we've done, and I forgot to mention it actually in the fire department budget, is the savings that are generated from those panels, we're actually moving directly into the climate action reserve. And so Sean has brought this forward to council, and perhaps you want to add a little more context, Sean?
Sean's computer has all frozen up, so he's working on trying to get back in. So he's down at Public Works, frozen.
Okay, well, we can either continue the discussion or we can come back to it, but whatever council wishes.
I have a couple comments on it. For me, I'm struggling with this one. It seems to be looking at the payback of 75 years to be more of a demonstration project. I mean, it is great to show that we're trying to do what we can to remove or reduce greenhouse gas consumption. Electrical is probably the slowest way or the least effective way reducing your electrical consumption, as electricity is generated by dams in BC through water. But $60,000 for 75-year payback, this project isn't even going to pay for itself before the end of service life of those solar panels. So I guess I would be asking council, are they interested in spending $60,000 on a demonstration project, or would they like to see a payback associated with energy efficiency projects? Councillor Mattis?
Thank you, Your Worship. I had similar thoughts. I didn't get into the calculation of the payback and all of that. My thought on this is I don't want it to go away, and I know that there are others on council that don't want it to go away. But I would like to get a full year cycle to see what the results are before I make a financial decision, so to speak. Because when I look at what the stats from August to January, I don't think that's sufficient for us to make a sound decision. I'd like to see a full year and then determine from that whether it's economical or not economical, and still a demonstration project to move ahead with Public Works. So I'm going to float the motion at this point for the purposes of discussion that the solar panels Public Works building in the amount of $60,000 be moved into the 2022 capital budget.
I'll second.
Councillor Grace?
Oh, yeah, I am on. Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I would support, I'm happy to put that off until next year. I think when I did the math there, like the numbers that we were looking at were only for about 5 months. So that puts the ROI closer to 35 years, which is a lot more palatable, I think. But I'd certainly be happy to see what 1 year looks like and make the decision next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grace. Any other comments? I will call the question. Is anyone opposed to the motion? Motion is carried.
Okay, moving on to the next one is the upgrades of the security and the entrance at the finance building across the way from Town Hall. It's estimated that's going to be $6,000 for a fob entry system and a camera, and that is going to be funded from the COVID restart monies.
Any questions on the fob and camera? No questions.
Okay. The next one, what the heck? I must have got out of the town hall. The the town office electrical for $30,000. Perhaps, I don't know, well, Sean's frozen. Anyway, I believe they've been having electrical issues upstairs at Town Hall due to some very old, and I guess they found some improper wiring. They've had an electrician up there as well. And I guess from what I understand, there has to be, there's possible asbestos abatement. So they're asking to spend $30,000 to rectify this situation.
It's an unsafe situation.
Councillor Grice.
I don't know if maybe Sean wants to go ahead first prior to my question in case he has some new information.
Thank you. I'm back. My whole computer froze up entirely. So I think Doug touched on pretty much everything. Possible asbestos abatement. This is a worst case scenario. There were some. I mean, we did undertake a big project in the past many years ago with the attic, but I think there was still some residual asbestos in certain spots. So to upgrade the electrical there, it's very outdated, and they're having issues upstairs, constant lights flickering, and the electricians are unable to do anything unless they bring it up to code, of course, right? So.
Councillor Grice.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I was just thinking with our Main Street affordable housing / town hall project, that I just want to make sure that we're considering the possibility of selling these buildings when we're looking. I mean, obviously things like asbestos abatement and electrical upgrades maybe would have to be done whether we sell or not. But maybe fob and camera, we want to wait and see what we're doing with these buildings prior to making those decisions.
Through the chair.
Yep.
Those items that they can be moved to another building as well. The fob system and the cameras can be moved from the building. With respect to the electrical in the town hall, it is a safety issue because there is wiring that it's been done incorrectly in the past, and so it has to be corrected. There's a lot of flickering lights up there. And with regards to they did change a couple of lights up there, and that's when they found that some asbestos did fall through when they were doing that. So they're not sure if when we put the new roof on, that it loosened stuff that was stuck to the roof, or if there is actually some leftover from when they did the original abatement.
Yeah, that all makes sense. And if we can move the other items to a new building, then that's good for me. Thank you.
Any more questions on the electrical, town office electrical? I don't see any questions.
Okay, moving on. Once again, improving, I should say, our security, camera, etc., over at the Public Works building. Once again, funded from COVID restart, that's $5,500.
Any questions on the fob camera for Public Works? No questions.
Okay. The next item is a safety issue that was pointed out from our fire inspection. It was the fire suppression installation over here in the finance building. $5,000 between floors. I believe it's between the finance and the doctor's office. And this has to, it should be done and off all the inspection lists. So this is a requirement for safety.
Any questions on the fire suppression installation? I don't see any questions on that.
And the next one is once again funded from COVID restart monies, and it seems to be a common theme these days, unfortunately, is to replace all our bathroom fixtures, toilets and faucets in all buildings to automatic sensors for flushing and washing hands. And that is going to be $15,000, and we were going to fund that from the COVID restart monies as well.
Any questions on the improvements to building fixtures? I don't see any questions.
Okay. The next one gets into protective services. It's basically the fire department. In their keyless entry into the fire hall, he's looking to help us protect our assets, also improve our access control and monitor who's coming and who's going. I was actually a little bit surprised that we didn't have this already, but anyway, it's $23,000 and it's going to be funded from their the fire reserves.
Any questions on the keyless entry for the fire hall? No questions.
Okay, the next one is the self-contained breathing apparatus. There's four units, four new units, 4 bottles, totaling $46,000. And I believe some of this, it will be coming from the fire reserve. I just want to point out that the fire reserve was also topped up in 2020 with the about $40,000 of revenues that have been recognized from the Christie Mountain fire. So some of that money is actually being utilized to fund some of these breathing apparatuses.
CFO, what is the status of the fire capital reserve?
Well, there's 2 reserves. There's the in-town and there's the out-of-town. The in-town has approximately $270,000. The out-of-town one, yeah, I think is just over 300. And plus the rural guys, the rural fire department, I should say, they always have their own separate capital pool as well. And that's why I alluded to earlier when I was talking about the fire truck, and they don't require borrowing for that fire truck, where we are, if we had to go and try to pay that, we would drain our reserve base. Well, we would drain it to 0.
Okay. Any questions on the self-contained breathing apparatus? I don't see any questions.
Okay. The next item is the fire truck, and I know, or the pumper. I'm sure most council is aware of this. It's going to be a total of around $800,000. It's in the budget to be paid over 2 years. That's because they have to put a deposit down on the truck. It takes quite a lengthy period of time to build that truck. They have narrowed it down, from what I've understood, to 2 suppliers, and definitely will be coming back before council to approve whatever purchase they're wanting to make.
Any questions for the CFO on the new fire engine? Councillor Mattis?
Thank you, Your Worship. Forgive me, but I didn't look through the operating at all of this. I kind of just glanced over it. Is this something that we should be leasing? Do we have, and maybe not even leasing, but I guess the question is more around, do we have any outstanding loans for fire trucks that will be coming due that, that we would be just exchanging the financing one for another?
That's a very good question. we do have one debt issuance on a truck. I don't know which truck specifically, but it's not of significant dollars. When I say significant, it's about, I believe the debt servicing is around $15,000. So it wouldn't be a straight exchange. The leasing aspect, I have done that in my past life. There's not a huge benefit to it in the public sector because, of course, leasing is a tax deductible. But
I didn't mean to bring up leasing. I didn't want to confuse the issue. I just meant more about the capital, whether we would exchange one capital loan for another capital loan and whether there was any flexibility there. The second question is, and you may or may not be able to answer this question, is, are we eliminating a truck? I know that the one that we'd be replacing is going into reserve, but all the way down the line, there should be one that falls off at the end that we should be selling and recouping whatever we can get for it at the end of the line. Is that part of this process? Because it doesn't seem to have happened that way in the past. We just seem to get more and more in the garage.
Through the chair to Councillor Mass, I agree with you. That's certainly one of my issues. I know I've talked to our DFO here about how to watch for fleet creep, I call it, because you're absolutely right. Yeah. That's how you do it. In this particular instance, though, that's the same what we did with that fire tender. We did sell that tender, and I certainly will be chatting with the fire chief because I believe that truck can't be certified. It can't stay in our fleet, shall you say. So I really don't see any need for it in our fire force.
Okay, one more question for you, Doug. Overall, and I should have asked this right at the start, for the whole budget capital wise, we're properly funded for the 4.4 million?
Yeah. We, with our carry forwards, the way I've laid it out, we would be okay. When I say okay, we would, from a taxation point of view, we can meet our capital requirements, but there still has to be some decision points, obviously, with some of these projects.
Down the road, it'll get worse, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
And the last in that section is the fire department radios, and that's our annual replacement program, once again funded from reserves. Moving forward then is our fleet or our rental equipment pool. Items number 17, 18, and number 20 are replacements of either old or high mileage or high maintenance, as in the backhoe. We've spent quite a bit of money this year with our backhoe. I know I've been monitoring. I know Sean and Darren have been bringing it to my attention as well. So it's time to definitely replace that backhoe. We've already been told from various suppliers that it's we should be able to get a decent trade-in on that backhoe, but it's I can't remember, Sean. I think we were around $20,000 in maintenance this year on that backhoe.
Yeah, it's been a little more the last 2 years. We've had electrical issues and stuff. I mean, most of them have been fixed, and we'll still get some trade-in value, but the equipment fund will have to fund the remaining value of replacement, which is, we estimate, could be around $100,000.
Any questions on those three? I will come back to the number 19.
I don't see any questions on those three.
Okay, number 19 is the Vector truck. I brought this forward to council at the end of capital budget discussions last year. It was close to being approved, and then COVID hit us. And so bring it back forward to council to consider again. It's not, I know Sean and I probably will agree to disagree, but yes, we can live without it because we have been living without it. But it certainly has, as most councillors, and Sean, it would certainly improve our capacity, improve our efficiency, etc., with how we operate within Public Works. And maybe Sean, you can add to that.
Yeah, the combination Vector truck could be utilized in a lot of different areas. It's not just sewer. it's, you know, some of the digs, especially in what we find in newer subdivisions in the last 15, 20 years, you can't even use a backhoe for a lot of the digging. There's too many utilities and other things in the boulevards, so Vector trucks work well there. Planting trees for holes, easy and quick. Storm pipe cleaning. We would cut down on a lot of the contract work that we use for that type of vehicle. And a lot of, I mean, most other towns our size or larger do utilize these in their fleets, including the town of Osoyoos.
Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Worship, through to Director of Operations. A couple of questions. First is, are we looking at buying new or used?
We were looking at both. Nothing's set yet. We want to buy new, or I think there's an opportunity for us to buy somewhat new, like even a year or two old. If you start going down buying used equipment at 8 or 10 years old, you could cut the costs, but then are you going to have more maintenance? And I can't really answer that, and how long of that. I'm not sure the combination Vector truck, the lifespans, you know, beyond 10 years, how much longer they would last. And so that's about all I can answer.
Yeah, my other question was going to be lifespan, but so looking at this chart of hours over the past 10 years, so these are rentals of a Vector truck?
Oh, sorry, I didn't catch all of that.
The chart of the hours that we have here, that's rentals of a Vector truck over the past 10 years?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm missing what the.
So, and then, so you were talking about other uses. So do you think that this amount of hours would actually be more with the new Vector truck that the town owned? Because we'd be putting it to other uses rather than.
Yeah, what we need to, like what we do, even for catch basin cleaning, for digging on certain jobs and stuff, we have to rely on a contractor, and sometimes, a lot of times, you know, we can't get a contractor when we need them at the time we need them, or during an emergency. They're generally pretty good, but it would be utilized in sewer lift station cleaning, some sewer line flushing, catch basins, tree planting. There's culverts that need to be cleaned out, and the canal as well. We can use that in the canal for debris cleanup, because we use the backhoe in certain areas and hire a hydrovac truck in other areas the guys accumulate debris and on the canal system when they're doing maintenance every year, and we have to go pick the piles up and do different things like that. So it's used in all areas, and it's very versatile that way.
Okay, that's it for me now. Thank you for now. Thank you.
Councillor Mattis.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to follow up on Councillor Grice, what is your anticipated lifespan for this?
I would say, looking at a lot of the other municipalities, they generally are, and depending on the municipality, but around 8 to 10 years.
So basically, it's a break-even proposition based on the math that we see here at this time,
and
which is fine.
Could be longer.
Okay, understood. The other question that I had, I'm assuming that the budgeting is based on buying new. You may spend less, but this is based on buying new.
That's correct.
Thank you. And the last question would be for our CFO. You see the last paragraph there, staff are proposing the apparatus be funded at 50% from general, 25 water, 25 sewer. Is that, I don't know if Councillor Michelle is still here, but I know it's a question he would ask. Is would that be reviewed after 1 year for the proper, or is it just an assumption we would make? What I'm thinking that is for the capital purchase that at the end of the year, if water only uses it 10% of the time, then they should be reimbursed for their other 15% that they bought.
Yeah, through the chair, when our staff utilize a piece of equipment, it gets charged out to the specific job. That's what happens currently. And so not only does their time get allocated to the job, but so does the equipment. So the answer to your question is yes, it does get truly allocated to wherever that service is being used. I also want to mention, I know we did last year during budget time, because
The capital
Sean
purchase.
has budgeted. Yeah,
The
Sean
capital
has.
purchase
I'm
gets
sorry.
allocated. Say the capital purchase gets allocated as well.
The capital would get allocated, yes, this year, but then the operating would get allocated as well. And
No,
into the
I'm
future,
thinking of more of a readjustment to the capital after a year when you look at, okay, water only
Okay.
uses it 10%. Why are we paying for 25?
yeah, I could certainly agree with you there.
Okay, thank
I
you.
wouldn't have any issue with that. The other, what I was just going to bring up, and I know I think you probably brought it up at the end of last year. If this gets approved, it's a big if, the operating budgets will have to be amended accordingly as well, because I know Sean currently has budgeted as if this wasn't going to be approved. So we'd have to do some adjusting in his operating budget.
We're also cutting $50,000 out of our rentals. So if anything, it should put money in our pocket.
Well, we're not cutting everything entirely for the first year. We'll still need some training and time that we receive it. If we put an order in, unless it's in stock, that could take some time as well. So, but a portion of the contract money that we did budget in the operation wouldn't be utilized.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it should be a wash, and if anything, it should put money in our pocket.
Yeah.
Councillor Schwarzenberger.
Thank you, Worship. That was my question was just answered in that little back and forth, so I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions about the Vector truck? I don't see any other questions.
Okay. I've already dealt with the backhoe. We'll move over into transportation and common, which we've already have talked about, and the runway extension that's funded from a grant, primarily 75% from a grant, and the rest is coming from water and sewer. But that was a carry forward from the 2020 budget. And I believe, Sean, you just mentioned earlier today that has just gone out to tender.
That's correct. Yeah, I was going to mention that it's out to tender right now. It closes on February 8th, I believe.
Okay. Number 22 is a carry forward from last year. It was actually two projects, but now we've just combined it into the one, and that's the vehicle bridge girder rehabilitation. And Sean, you can speak to this project.
Okay, yes, we didn't, we tried our hardest to do some maintenance on the bridge last year, and it just wasn't working out. And with the consultant group that we hired to help us, it didn't really help. They did put together a report and give us more information. We have since then, we are using a new consultant company, and this work is to improve the life of the steel girders and some minor repairs, and also some minor repairs on the concrete surface. It's really not a like to do, it's a need to do. It just adds life to the lifespan of the vehicle bridge. It's work that's long overdue, and it's probably, there's going to be some pains with this, because the bridge, one lane will likely be shut down off and on over a 3-week period. We'll try to pick times where it's the least impacted to the public, but there are times that the public will be impacted on the vehicle bridge.
Thank you, Director. Any questions on this project? Vehicle bridge girder rehabilitation? I don't see any questions.
Okay. Next item is the street lights, or I shouldn't say lights, street lights. 4 new light bases over at Airport and Skagit Avenue. Sean?
Yeah, there's so when we did put the Sani dump station in, we did put in light bases, lamp standard bases in anticipation of getting more light over into that area. Just like when a new hangar is built at the airport, we've continued putting more lights along Airport Street. And then there's another area at Skagit Avenue where it's quite dark. There's 2 sections that are quite dark, and we've had some members from the public that live in that area ask us to improve the lighting. So that would be 2 new lights on Fortis poles and davit arms. So the combination of the improved lightings altogether around just over $13,000.
Any questions on the street lighting? No questions.
I just have, sorry, I was trying to get headphones. I have family home now, so it's not as quiet as it was a couple of minutes ago. But I was not the member of the public that brought up the dead lights, or the lack of light on Skagit Avenue. But I'm glad to see it in the budget this year. It's a pretty dark corridor that's heavily used as soon as the sun goes down. That was my only comment.
Especially when you turn off Main Street onto Skagit, it's dark and yeah.
It's dark, and there's multiple driveways, but also an alley, and then that newer subdivision, like that newer complex that's there. Yeah, so it'll be a good improvement for sure.
Okay. Project 24 and 25 are for the same area. And Sean, do you want to go through those, please?
Okay, well, Station Street's been discussed many times in phase 2, and it's up to council if they want to decide to carry on and finish phase 2, and we can finalize designs. And the storm pipe upgrade is necessary. So in a rainfall event, even just a moderate one, we're already seeing the new phase of Station Street just recently done, starting to flood a bit. It's because it can't handle the capacity, and it all goes into an outfall to the river, and the outfall needs to be, the piping to the outfall from Station Street to the river needs to be upgraded. And we've also brought this, and it goes through the spray park, unfortunately. And I brought this forward and showed and talked to Carol Sheridan from Parks and Rec, and just to give her the heads up, if Station Street needs, if we're going to carry forward with Station Street phase 2 in conjunction, we still need to do the storm pipe upgrade, because there are going to be more catch basins and more collection of storm water on the phase 2 section, and it's just going to get worse if we don't upgrade it.
Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Worship, through to Director of Operations. So just curious what that's going to look like for the splash park then. I imagine we're going to be tearing, like, are we just going through the grass? Are we going to have to tear out some of the structures, or what would happen there?
We avoid most of the stuff, fortunately. There's a couple trees that have to come out. There's only one that Carol mentioned that it's too bad it would have to come out. It's directly over the pipe. But we'll replace trees, and I even asked, she even asked if we do replace a tree, especially the nice one that we're going to take out, if we can get a bigger caliper, spend a little more money, get a bigger tree, just so, you know, it gets a 5 or 10 year head start or something. So we'll look into that. And we'll we can do the work right up to the park, wait till the peak season's over, and then continue in the fall, hopefully. And that's what, and then we can do the work kind of in the shoulder seasons.
Okay, great. That was gonna be my
So
other
that way
question.
the park's still utilized through the summer. That's what we're gonna hopefully do and try to accommodate.
Thank you.
Councillor Ventimiglia?
Thank you, Worship. I was going to ask the same question, but I was also going to ask, does this mean that we have to tear up the road that was just redone in the last year or two on Fairview?
There's just a small portion of Fairview that has to be torn up. I don't have the drawings in front of me.
No, it's fine. I just don't know what the extent of replacing a storm drain is. Do you just get to cut that little narrow channel and pull out and replace, or is it a bigger deal than that?
Yeah, it usually depends on the depth, how wide your trench is going to be. It's not extremely deep or anything. So
Okay.
there will be some road cuts and some pavement replacement, and it goes through the parking lot of the spray park and then through the park. But it does miss some of their main structures in the park.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is it being, I might have missed it, but is it being suggested that we do this whether or not we do phase 2 of Station Street? This is a standalone item?
This needs to be done in order to properly drain Station Street in a rainfall event. Otherwise, you just don't get the water movement, and you'll have pooling water on Station Street for a certain amount of time, depending on the event. And so to make the system work properly, it does need to be upgraded.
Okay, I agree. I just was just looking for clarification. So thank you.
And just so the council knows too, this pipe comes down from Main Street. It's also collecting water off a portion of Main Street as well. So it's, you know, it's taken in a big area, and hence and we're adding on to it. So.
Councillor Mattis, did you have a question?
No, actually, Mr. Goodsell just said exactly what I was going to say, that this is part of a much larger drainage.
Yeah, I personally have seen Station Lake there. Almost getting into the old library building at one time. I phoned to see it.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but the settling ponds for the sewage up on the edge of town are named after a former mayor. If we don't do this project, and that pond that forms there might be called Lake Johansson.
Thank you. Okay. I think the CFO was talking about storm pipe upgrade. I agree that that's a must-have, but he also included Station Street, and I think we need to have a conversation about Station Street. I know that at our strategic meeting earlier this year, we did move forward with design on that, and I can say that I was in favor of it at the time, but I'd have to say that my opinion has changed on that as far as spending that amount of money on phase 2 of Station Street to set the stage for development. I think we might be able to do the same thing with the drawings that we have, that may be able to commit to construction once development actually happens. It just seems like a lot of budget on a nice to have when we're looking for maybe savings in our capital program because of some of the challenges funding the RCMP in the future. And when I look at other projects like Okanagan Street and Kootenai Street and School Avenue, where there already is development that's already in place, has been there for years, I'm just wondering what the optics are, spending $1 million where there's nothing, and maybe not being able to do those other projects without borrowing in future years. So I'll leave my comments at that. I'm not sure what council thinks on Station Street, how their thoughts have changed over the last 6 months, but I'll be interested to hear that. And I see Councillor Mattis has his hand up.
I'm on both sides of the fence here. It seems there's always enough money to build something new, but never enough to maintain what we have. And that's what you just alluded to with maintaining the other streets. On the flip side of that coin, when I look at our industrial park and our meeting yesterday where we approved some variances down in that area, someone took the lead and upgraded and built the road and subdivided and prepared it for development. And sure enough, it's happening. So if we do that, if we set the stage, will we get development? I can't answer that question. I just know that it doesn't hurt, but it is a lot of money. Thank you.
Councillor Schwarzenberger.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with both of your comments. I'm kind of on the fence as well, but I'd like to ask that phase 2 upgrade, and then you go down to the very bottom and it says Station Street Plaza for $1 million. That's this
100% grant. 100% grant.
That's 100% grant. Well, you know, does it make sense to put in the plaza without fixing the road? I'm not so sure it does. So I'll listen to what other councillors have to say, but I'm kind of leaning towards doing it myself. Thank you.
Councillor Grice.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously we need to take care of our aging infrastructure and make sure that those projects get done. But while we're building this taxation capacity and we have this capital funding available, I think we need to go ahead with these projects, because once we flip the switch over to funding the RCMP and we haven't built capacity aside from that, then it's going to be a lot harder to do these projects. Thank you.
I'll just add one comment on what Councillor Grice has said. That's where I'm struggling, because we have the capacity to take care of our built infrastructure right now. But if we spend this, we're going to have to borrow to take care of that built infrastructure. So that's where I'm on the fence about this. Do we spend money that we have, considering this is our last year? What we do in 2022 is we're not going to have nearly the amount of money to be able to do all of these projects without borrowing at some point in time. And so that's where it gets challenging for me. Councillor Mattis, you got your hand up again?
Just a quick question on those other projects, the Kootenai Street, Okanagan Street, that sort of thing. Those numbers that I'm seeing there, that's just for engineering. Maybe Sean could answer that question. And that the total project is, like, for example, Okanagan Street Rehab, Co-op to Gala, it says 33,000 this year. And then it's got 670,000 in brackets behind that. But when I look on the plan, is that just strictly for engineering? And why are we spending so much on engineering to replace pavement?
You're correct. Like, the first number would be in this year's budget to do more design. We need the surveyors out there surveying and taking shots. There's a bit of time that goes into a lot of these projects. And I believe I discussed this during the water and sewer deliberations, that some of these are tied to water and sewer too, because if we're going to do a major road project, we're looking at the infrastructure beneath as well. But in 670, like those are estimates. It's to get it shelf ready, and then if we want to do it another year or two out, that's what the 670 is. But we're probably going to come up with a more accurate figure once a more complete design is done. Those were like a costy estimate.
I'm just puzzled why we have to have a design work done for grinding and overlay. $50,000 to have the machine come in, grind it up and lay down new pavement. I'm puzzled as to why that needs engineering. Could you give me more insight?
Well, you still need, there's, like I said, the Okanagan Street, I'd have to go into the water and sewer budget, but I believe there's infrastructure underneath that is involved. So there's a component of engineering that would come out of those budgets.
I'm understanding now. Thank
33
you.
may be high, but I couldn't tell you that it was a percentage of an overall project. That's what I'm given. That's what I was given.
Understood. It makes sense.
If we spend 33, likely not, but it preps us all. They have to do all the drawings up. We have to tender it. There's things involved with the engineers and the surveying and the design on a lot of it. It could be less though. Yeah, I just don't have that answer.
Before I finish here, I'm looking, where do I see Packing House Lane on this?
Packing House Lane was all the managers, we got together, we went through the budget and we were discussing things, and it was brought to my attention that, and as some of you may have noticed, they are breaking ground and doing some work for that housing development. And it was thought it was best to move that to next year. And that way we're not working over each other and things aren't getting damaged in the process when they've got heavy machinery and equipment out there.
Okay, understood. So if I understand, that's moved out to next year until they're finished. So if I understand the mayor and Councilor Schwarzenberger, our choices are basically we do Station Street or the potential to do, say, Kootenai Street or Okanagan Street and School Avenue, that type of a thing. It's like we could do one of the three this year, but not. Like, would we be ready to do any of those other projects this year, like School Avenue or Okanagan Street, if we delayed Station Street?
Yeah, I'd have to think about that. I believe School Avenue is doable. Kootenai, there's some infrastructure underground, and I don't believe that we have it in the budget for water and sewer to do any replacements for this year.
Okay. So it's more a situation than if we put off Station Street that we're not doing anything in exchange for it.
Well, and I'd have to really look at, I just don't have a quick answer for you, and I have to look into it and get back to council what we could do if I had a dollar amount and it wouldn't affect the water and sewer budgets.
Thank you. I hope that clarifies for council a little more.
Councilor Schwarzenberger.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment to your point. As you say, in 2022, we may not have the funds, but that would mean that Station Street would become more and more unrealistic if it wasn't done this year. So again, it's really between a rock and a hard place, and I kind of feel we should go ahead with Station Street, but I'm open to either side at this point.
Yeah, I'll comment back, Councilor Schwarzenberg. I mean, it is kind of between a rock and a hard place. But if you had enough money to do one project, what do you think is going to be seen more favorably? That you fix up some existing infrastructure that's failing and at the end of its service life, or you go build something new and you don't have money to fix up that failing infrastructure? If you only have enough money to do one, how are you going to explain that to a tax-paying citizen who's made an investment in their property and they're seeing a project happen in an area that's supporting nothing at this point in time. I'm thinking it would be easier to borrow money to support a development when somebody comes along and says, okay, I'm going to build this here. I want to build this here. I see what you're planning for this street. Let's all get in this together. I think borrowing would make more sense on that than having to spend money there and then borrow to maintain existing infrastructure.
I'm not sure Councillor Schwarzenberger is the right guy to ask. He's not looking for re-election.
No, I mean, re-election or
Well,
not,
there you go.
what's the right, re-election or not, what's the right thing to do? It's a philosophical question, and I'm on the other side. I think we fix what we have before we build new. Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sean, maybe plug your ears. I would be happy to let the Vector truck go and continue going through that rental each year if that would help to free some money up, because I think there is a way to do both. I mean, we're not going to let our infrastructure fail, but you know, as Councillor Schwarzenberger said, if we don't do this, it's just not going to happen. And I think, you know, this is one of those places where we've got a vision. We need to be brave if we want to try to do something that's hopefully going to jumpstart our economy and revitalize our businesses here. Then, you know, we can't step away from this project. We have to see it through to fruition. Thank you.
Councillor Councillor Ventimiglia.
Thank you, Your Worship. I mean, I think my opinions are probably going to echo most of my colleagues, because it is a tough decision. And as easy as you can talk yourself one way, you can talk yourself the other way. I think, as was mentioned by Councillor Mattis about our industrial park, like that is a really good example of setting things up, and then it starts to be infilled as per the vision, whoever's vision that was. I think if we look at this past year, what we can see is that there is sort of this exodus out of cities and people looking to rural areas to settle, where there's a little bit more space and then things are a little calmer, but not only settle, also invest. So setting the stage for investment is something that we have the opportunity to do. I really, really, really believe that our Main Street issues will not be solved until we can bring the foot traffic to Main Street that is so desperately missing. And the way we're going to do that is by getting people living closer to the downtown core, living and walking. And until that happens, we can, you know, paint as many buildings and put as many flowers as we want on Main Street. We're not going to solve the issues that exist there. So I think this is really a key piece to the puzzle to helping our community grow and get to the next step. But on the flip side, I totally and completely 100% understand taking care of what we have and, you know, finishing the sidewalks leading to the elementary schools and, you know, redoing that. I don't know if we're talking about redoing the sidewalk up School Avenue, but man, that thing's horrible, the stairs. But, you know, taking care of what we have, the things that we've talked about for years. And so it is a tough decision. And I guess I don't have an answer right now. What I would personally like is for us to leave that portion of the budget there, because we've been at this for many hours now, and kind of try and move our way through some of the rest of it and come back at that portion in its entirety with fresh eyes, maybe tomorrow or whenever we have if we can schedule another budget session.
Thank you, Councillor Ventimiglia. Director Goodsell, did you have a comment? Or
I just wanted to mention, I didn't plug my ears, I heard that. I could personally make an argument on every direction, and it's a tough decision, so I'll leave that up to you guys. But I wanted to mention too, when you're looking under the transportation and common, I have brackets beside the roads that has a number, and we did a road assessment years ago, and it was finished in 2014, and those are the order of you know, what should be done and upgraded and refinished. And so just so you have an idea. So some of the top ones are in the books. Station Street got moved up because council started taking an interest in Station Street and finishing it, and that's why we put it in for this year. But Kootenai Street would definitely be a good street to do it, even if we did it in phases. But that's all I wanted to say at this point.
Councillor Mattis?
One last question or point or whatever to make here is, yeah, I like Station Street as well, but I also don't want to build something that will look like a empty road in the desert. If the development doesn't follow, we look pretty foolish. There's no doubt about that. What I would like, though, maybe to follow on Councillor Ventimiglia, is more information from the Director of Operations there regarding what can be accomplished this year. I'm quite prepared to give up Station Street, but I want something in exchange. I want to know what we can get done this year in exchange for that. I don't want to give up Station Street this year and then say, oh, we can't do Kootenai till next year, can't do Okanagan till next year, we can't do anything until next year because we're not there. I want something in exchange, and maybe we can't make that decision today.
Sorry, through the chair. I'm just looking at, yeah, Okanagan Street. There's some major sewer upgrades that need to be done before Okanagan can be resurfaced. I think that one that could be looked at if you guys do make some changes is School Avenue. I think that may be one that is doable right away. And yes, we would look at if the sidewalks or if there's lacking a curb and stuff, we would look at that as well when we go to design. But I don't have all the answers. I'm just quickly pulling out what I think could be done.
Any idea when you find out an answer?
Well, I can give you some answers by email tomorrow even, or some choices, and I could put that together.
I'm prepared to wait and move on, as Councillor Ventimiglia alluded to.
Director Houle?
I can let the CAO go first.
Okay.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to say that this budget was created, the capital budget was created from the discussion that council had at strategic planning and wanting to put Station Street up as a project that they wanted to complete in 2021. And so it will take us a little bit of time to go back and look at the other budgets that for things that have to be completed underground for some of the other capital projects, road capital projects. And there'll probably be some need to amend some of the other budgets as well, the capital budgets as well, in order to change out the way the budget has been laid out to you currently. So that's going to take us a little bit of time.
I see that we have a meeting for February 1 already in our calendar. Is it possible to reconvene on that Monday at 3:30 and continue this discussion with a bit more information? I'm not sure what council thinks or council's availability is, but Councillor Ventimiglia?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think some of it's more information. I think some of it's also just, there's so many pieces to this big, huge document or multiple documents, and being able to focus in on one specific part, for me anyway, would be helpful. And so if there's a bit of extra information accompanying that, that would be great. But I think it gives us, after this conversation, after hearing, your comments and my fellow councillors' comments, to go away and think about those
There's no hurry, I don't think. We've got lots of time, but to take those away and have conversations in the community with our friends and our neighbors, and just kind of sit on what we've heard and think of, the things that maybe I wasn't thinking before I came in tonight. And so to come back in a week or two and pick up the conversation again, to me personally would be helpful.
Can we finish the other things that are in the budget other than this piece? There's only one piece left anyways, the creating more cremation plots.
Yep. Are you okay to move on to that, CFO?
Yeah, no, that's by all means. There is only the one. We're just creating some further cremation plots at the cemetery, $7,000. And other than that, I do need some time as well to rework some of the funding sources and just see where we're landing with, and now that we've actually dealt with some of the roads and transportation and common is mostly where the taxation impact's going to happen, along with the Vactor truck. So I do need some time to just take a look at that again and just make sure my the funding sources are accurate.
Okay. Councillor Mattis?
Just a quick question regarding the cemetery plots, and it's kind of related. What has been the uptake on the columbarium?
Sean?
Have we been selling a bunch?
I want to say we've sold, is it 3 altogether? Or is it's only 2 or 3?
So is it possible by not putting in more cremation plots that we move people to the columbarium? By saying no, they're not available? You have to go to the columbarium? Well,
I mean, you could. It costs a lot more. The cemetery, it was additional. We're just giving people more choices, and some people can afford it, some people can't, or some families can and can't, right? So there's a bigger cost difference between.
Understood. Thank you.
I guess the only thing left on the capital is the 2022 and further out. I don't know if council has had any chance to look at any of those, or the director of operations have any comments on any of those projects out there that may be pushed up sooner than later because of need. But if there's any comments there, I would appreciate them.
The only thing sorry.
What happened?
No, nothing. I just didn't realize I had my hand up.
Oh, okay.
I guess we'll cross those bridges when we get there.
I guess so. Councillor Grace?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had a question about the last project, 31, the Station Street Plaza. So that's grant funded. I'm wondering where we're at with that grant application.
We're waiting for a response from the funding.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Michelle?
Thank you, Your Worship. Was having a hard time with the Zoom app. I did want to make a comment on the vac truck earlier. Just a couple of points that I wanted to make that I'd made notes on. And one was that the cost that we've paid for the vac truck for the last 10 years, I'm just curious what, they don't include repair and maintenance, because any repair and maintenance would be done by the company that we're leasing them from. So I don't know if that's going to be an issue at all. And also they don't include the operators. So, I mean, if, we're looking at 2,000 hours, we'll have to add, I don't know what our operator is going to be billed out, maybe $30 an hour with all the benefits. So if you add that $30 times 2,000 hours, it's going to cost us about $60,000 in our own employees. Right now we're paying, that's built into that rental. That's the first point I wanted to make. And second, why wouldn't through the CFO maybe borrow to buy this truck and then have the debt repayment fee or charge included in the charge out? And that would be a more accurate reflective of who of how it was to be charged out. And because I know that Councillor Mattis suggested maybe reviewing it in a year, and if the water fund or the sewer fund or whatever didn't use it as much, then they could be reimbursed. But if we did it that way, then it would be an accurate reflection of what it actually the hours are charged out and what it would cost.
I'm sorry, did you say to borrow the money, you said?
Yeah, borrow it and then have the debt repayment as part of your charge out. Then that's 100% reflective of what of who uses it, what department uses it.
Anytime we borrow monies for capital purposes, we have to be used in the assent process. So therefore, that's how come, that's not a great appetite for something of that type of nature. Now, I'm not saying that's not true in all aspects. For example, a fire truck that's going to last us 20 years, I fully support that for that. But for this particular apparatus that we might get 8 to 10 years out of, I wouldn't support that.
Okay. That would be a more accurate reflection of the actual cost to the, on the charge out. That's why I suggested that. But if you have to go to assent, so you have to go to assent for any capital project?
Yes.
Or any capital purchase, I'm sorry?
Unless it's for water specifically, and we can charge it 100% to water if you like.
Yeah, do that and then just charge it out. Maybe the water fund can make some money. Or charge it out at a way higher fee. That's how I would run that business. Anyway, I just wanted to make those other 2 points that if I don't know if the decision's been made 100% tonight, but just to think about that as well, because I mean, in these 8 or 10 years that we own this thing, there's going to be some repair and maintenance to it. And also we're going to have to, pay the operator to run it. Whereas those other rentals that we've been paying every year, they include an operator and they have to look after their own. That's all I wanted to make the point. Thank you.
Councillor Mattis.
Through to the CFO, I believe we can borrow internally now without the assent process. I believe we can borrow from our own reserves if we choose. So it can't be done.
You can. It's not something I advocate, but sure.
Yeah, but it can be done.
Yeah.
I do like the idea of borrowing or getting the water fund to buy it, and then we'll just pay them back. I do like that.
Director Goodsell, did you have a comment?
Mine's off topic, so if we want to still continue with I wanted to discuss the asset management line item there.
Okay, just let me ask Councillor Michelle what he had for a question or comment.
No, I think that's been discussed. That's it.
Okay.
I mean, you guys, the vote on this budget will be later anyway. So I mean, even though the vac truck's in there, I guess we could discuss it a bit further later. But I just wanted to make those 2 points, Your Worship. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Director Goodsell.
Okay, the one line item we didn't talk about was the asset management, and so we're looking at getting some grant funding. We'll have to contribute $12,000, but then we'll get an additional $50,000. And what we're trying to do is do a little more CCTV. We're looking at 7D drainage. We're also we're still populating our inventory through our lightship program. And we also want to get our consultants to help us take and extract the information that we do in our asset management that we've been collecting. And so we're able to present our own drawings, maps, and reports, and it gives council a better idea of here are the critical infrastructure things that we need to focus in on in the next 10 years and stuff. So, but what I'm going to need is a council resolution. I just don't have the wording. So maybe when we get back together, we'll have to put forward a resolution if council wishes to move forward with that.
Okay. Is everybody on council available to attend a meeting on February 1st? The meeting's scheduled right now for 4:30. We could change it to 3:30. Just wondering if everybody's available. Councilor Schwarzenberger, what's your work schedule?
5:30 would be the best I could do. I'm sorry.
What day don't you work?
Next week, I am available Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Third, fourth, and fifth.
CAO, do you have any suggestions? We should send out what do they call those, doodle meetings or whatever, or do we shoot for Monday at 5:30?
I think that, let me just see. Can I just ask the, CFO and the Director of Operations, does this give you enough time to sort of go through things and figure out exactly what things can be brought forward and what things can be put off to the side? Or considering we have to look at the other two budgets as well? The rest of this.
Well, in your lap, Sean, because I can certainly make the 1st, or I can do any time next week.
I think I can do any time next week. I just need to do some digging in our road capital, but I also have to look at the water and sewer budgets, and those could have some effect. Because now I just opened the water capital budget, and School Avenue does have a water component to it. It's not huge, and maybe it's doable this year, and we drop something and discuss with the water counselors. But yeah, I'm gonna need a couple days to just kind of go through some of those.
Councilor Ventimiglia? You're muted.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm here. I had to, iPad died over to the phone. I was just going to suggest, if it allows everybody enough time, I don't think our next conversation is going to be as lengthy as this one, to leave it on the Monday, just at 5:30. If it doesn't give enough time, that's fine. I just wouldn't be available again till Friday.
February 1st at 5:30.
Yeah. If that gives enough time for those that need to prepare. I mean, the other option is we have council the following Monday to just start a couple hours early.
I'm good for the 1st at 5:30.
That works for me as well. Anyone that it doesn't work for?
We can keep it in the background for the following Monday if staff can't make it up or get things ready in time.
Okay, well, let's shoot for February 1st at 5:30, and if we have to push it off to the part of the regular council meeting the week on the 8th, I guess we could do it. We could do it then as well.
So would you like to recess until February 1st at 5:30 p.m.?
Yes, please.
Okay. A motion, I think. Do we need a motion to recess until another day, or is that just stated in there that that's when we're going to recess until, Diane?
Just needs to be stated.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think we have any public in attendance, so there's no questions to be asked. I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
Adjourn.
Oh, we can't adjourn, right?
Recessed.
We don't have to have a motion to recess, do we?
No.
Okay, we're just recessed then till February 1st at 5:30. Thanks to everyone. Good discussion.
Awesome. Thank you.